evening, esteemed and honorable members of council, Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade, Chief of Staff, City Council, Elijah Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff, Mergler, Ajay English, our Finance Controller and Legislative Assistant, Department Heads, Office of Management and Budget, and members of the public. Today is Monday, April 6th, and I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting. This evening, there are two budget hearings scheduled, revenue projections followed by the Finance Department. But first, there are some Finance Committee businesses that must be done prior to the start of this budget hearing, which are the following. One, our first item is a summary review of the FY2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for period ending June 30th, 2025. Brett Taylor, our Finance Director, will be presenting that. And then following our overview audit of city's financial statements for FY 2025, or ACFR, by outside auditor Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman. And then the third item would be an overview of the FY 2025 single audit reports and management letter by outside auditor Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman. I would first like to start by recognizing our members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Oliver, Vice Chair Bracy,
Present.
Councilmember Spadola, and President Trippy Congo. Also, I would like to recognize any other council persons present by doing roll call. Councilmember Darby is present online. Thank you. Councilmember Owens.
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Willard. Councilmember Johnson. Councilmember Field. Councilmember McCoy. Director Taylor, please provide at this time a summary review of the fiscal year 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for period ending June 30th, 2025. And we would like for you to share that the hard copy of the ACFR was provided to all council this week. I would like to mention that a hard copy of the report was provided to all council last week, and I would also like to thank Director Taylor and his team for providing that report. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Director Taylor.
Thank you, Chairperson Harley. My name is Brett Taylor. I am the Director of Finance for the City of Wilmington. I'm going to give you an overview of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for fiscal year 2025. Before I do, I have two comments. One's an acknowledgement. I'd like to give thanks to our accounting staff, all the finance staff, and OMB, Mayor's Office, that participated in the preparation of this report. In particular, Roseanne Prado, who is our accounting manager, Brian Davis, who's our senior financial officer, and his team, his and her team. So thank you very much. The good news is that the city is in a pretty solid financial condition with respect to the general fund, the water sewer fund. I will mention that there are some headwinds that we are coming into, which I'm certainly happy to address tonight, as well during this presentation, as well as during the presentation during the finance department's budget. Next slide. Am I controlling the slides? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The annual financial report is given every year. It covers the period, this year's covered the period of July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. It is comprised of governmental units, including the general fund, water sewer fund, all of the capital accounts, state and federal grants, component units of the city and the pension funds. There are also notes and statistical information included in the document. And keep in mind that the annual financial statements are a snapshot in time. This is what we have accounted for and looked at the transactions through the period of July 1st, 24 through June 30th, 25. I did want to give a shout out to Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman, who you will hear from after my presentation. They were instrumental in helping us through the audit process. Thank you very much to BLS. What they do is they come in and they effectively look at all the transactions that we have and make sure that we're accounting for them in a compliant way with GAAP and Government Accounting Standard Board's regulations. The good news is that we have come through that with some material findings, which they'll discuss. But overall, I think it's an unqualified opinion.
All right, thank you.
Next slide. The total fund balance for the general fund was $97.8 million. Now, this is down $12.4 million from FY24. That was a baseline of $110 million. The budget reserve account is fully funded at $20.2 million. Our cash stabilization fund, or our tax stabilization fund, is $73.7 million. Of that, the cash and cash equivalents was $61.8 million. Now, keep in mind that the overall fund balance does include accounts receivable of $27.1 million. Keep in mind that accounts receivable is not cash. It is a booking in the accounting standard that recognizes that money is out in delinquent accounts waiting to be collected by the city. That could span multiple years, so we have to account for that. We do have processes where we would write down certain amounts of that accounts receivable, but for the most part, the accounts receivable makes up the good portion of the asset base. General fund revenues were $203.4 million. The expenditures, however, were $194.8 million, representing a surplus of $8.5 million. The net transfer is out. Now, what happens is during the course of the year, we make net transfers. We make transfers to the City Fest, Land Bank, Neighborhood Stabilization. There was the bridge project and the Office of Economic Development. After all of those net transfers are done, we had a net change in fund balances of $12.4 million.
Okay.
The reason for the change in the general fund balance, according to the FY25 financial audit, we paid out approximately $12 million in capital projects, which were paid through cash in years 2022 to 2025, with the intention of converting it to debt at some point. 6.6 of it was converted through a debt issue in FY25. However, another 5.4 of it was not eligible to recover due to the statute of limitations on the age of the debt. Anything over 3 years is not eligible to be recovered from that. So that portion was covered through cash. $10 million was earmarked for the bridge project, which required us to record the transaction in FY25, although the payout is intended for FY26. GASB requirements require us to recognize this. Accrual accounting requires us to recognize it in the year that it's obligated and authorized, as opposed to the period that you actually spend the cash. And then we added $2.4 million in accounts receivable to the fund balance as a result of better collections. Keep in mind that the fund balance is comprised of several assets, including accounts receivable. These are payments owed by customers to the city. And accounts receivable assets are not necessarily liquid. They're made up of delinquencies in multiple years. we write down a portion of the uncollected debt, and the collection of delinquencies are used to support the ongoing revenue base. So when we collect revenue on an accounts receivable basis, it may be from prior years, but it is booked in that year in which it's received.
And is that connected to the previous point you was making under cash and cash equivalents under the 61.8 when you mentioned that it's connected with account receivables?
Well, the 61.8 is actual cash. It is not the accounts receivable. The accounts receivable is a non-cash asset in which we book in our asset base. Generally speaking, when you're doing a fund balance, you have assets minus your liabilities, plus transfers in and out. What's left over gets placed into the motor vehicle fund, then it goes into the budget reserve, and then the balance is this tax stabilization fund. That may not be liquid. It may make up a portion of both cash as well as accounts receivable.
Okay. Thanks.
Going on to the water sewer fund, the water sewer fund is a fully accrual accounting enterprise fund. We had a net position, which is, it's represented as net position, but in effect, the equivalent would be a fund balance. Same process, assets minus expenditures plus transfers in and out. We landed with a $235.8 million fund balance, or net position. That's made up of net investments in capital assets. Now, what they are is these are not liquid. These, in fact, are, we have to recognize that these are assets that are your infrastructure. It's your pipes, your water treatment plant, your sewer treatment plant, all of the assets that were placed in there as part of the capital projects. After you have your assets minus your expenditures and you get your net position of 235, you minus out the net investments in capital assets, and you place the balance into a operations and maintenance reserve, which is $16.2 million. And then after that, you have the remainder, which is the rate stabilization reserve. It acts very much like the tax stabilization reserve. It is a representation of the assets left over. However, keep in mind that the cash and cash equivalents was only $10 million. Our accounts receivable was 25.2. Again, it's not liquid. We also had $8 million in a restricted account. So in effect, we had approximately $18 million to cover $16.2 million in reserve. So the balance would be part of the rate stabilization reserve in terms of cash, and then the remainder would be part of the cash, the accounts receivable. The good news is water sewer fund revenues were $103.6 million. The expenditures were $84 million. The net interest and expense and forgiveness of debt was -4. Capital grants were 8.1, so the change in net position was $24 million. But here's the rub. If you've got a net position, right, it is made up of your asset base, which may or may not be cash. It is a combination of all of your assets. That includes all your physical assets. It also includes accounts receivable, which is not necessarily liquid, and then your cash receipts. So the fund balance is really the constituent parts where your net capital assets are $210.9 million. The operations maintenance reserve is $16.2 million. And then you have a rate stabilization reserve of 9.8. This has dropped, and when I was talking about headwinds, I was talking about some of the effects on the water sewer fund as we move forward through the fiscal year. It dropped from a high, the rate stabilization reserve has dropped from a high of 18.2 million. It was dropped to 6.7 million, but came up slightly in FY25 to 9.8 million. Portions of the revenues in FY25 was supported by $8.1 million in PFAS settlement proceeds. Keep in mind that these PFAS settlement proceeds are one time.
Right.
We're not going to experience them again in FY26, with the exception of, I take that back. Well, we're going to have some lagging residual proceeds, I believe, from the DuPont settlement coming in over the next 3 years, but it's going to be minor. It's going to be roughly under $1 million each year. So for the most part, the proceeds have come in from the PFAS settlements. If that's the case, then in FY25, if you've got a rate stabilization reserve, it was supported a good bit by revenues coming in from the PFAS settlement. I will tell you now that my expectation for FY26 is that we're probably going to be light on our net position, particularly with regard to the rate stabilization reserve. Hence is why we are supporting an increase in the water sewer fund rates in FY27.
Okay.
Moving on, the pension fiduciary fund. The net position in pensions is $362.3 million. The total contributions into the fund were 22.7. We had $38.6 million in investment income and appreciation. The deductions for benefits in the administration, these are benefits going out to pensioners, was $34.7 million. Fully funded pension liability is slated for 2031. This is really excellent news.
Okay.
Most cities of our size, in our condition, do not have that expectation. For the most part, we are pretty close to having almost right now on the, I think the pension 3, pension 1 is fully funded, pension 2 is fully funded, pension 3, I think we're approximately about 86% there. So we're going to have, by 2031, a fully funded pension liability. Then our net position exceeds the total OPEB. Our OPEB net position is $47 million. So these are, OPEB is other personnel benefits, employee benefits. Our liability exceeds, our net position exceeds our liability by 4.2%. So we have basically a fully funded OPEB environment. So good news all the way around.
Great, great.
The highlights. I'm not going to go into the charts. If you go to the next page, these are comparisons. We'll have these out on the website, and they're included in your packet. But it will tell you exactly where we went up, where we went down, on an asset to liability and fund balance basis. It also gives you the revenues minus expenditures and where we landed in terms of our fund balances. And the same as for the water sewer fund, and a roll-up of our cash flows for the water sewer fund. So with that, that concludes my presentation.
Excuse me, Director Taylor. Director Taylor, this detail here covers the debt service, the total debt service. There was, after you explained the pension fiduciary fund, there was a page behind that.
My apologies.
Okay.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Let's go over the debt service. If you go back several slides. There you go. Thank you. Mm-hmm. My apologies. So our debt service position, we look at debt service, this is an important part of the financial condition of the city. The rating agencies look at our total debt. We've had an increase in our debt service over the last couple of years. However, and that's primarily because of our state revolving loan funds that we are taking as part of the Infrastructure Reinvestment Act. However, our debt service is down considerably from a high of $335.1 million in 2022. Our total debt service is now $282 million in FY25. A substantial portion of that, well, I'll go down the numbers. General fund obligation bonds were $78 million. Bond anticipation notes, at the time of the close of the fiscal year, we had yet to redeem the bond anticipation notes. I can talk about that in a minute, but that was at $2.2 million. The water sewer general obligation bonds were $84.2 million. The state revolving loan funds have increased over the last 3 years. We are taking advantage of the Infrastructure Reinvestment Act, which is passed through DENREC, through the State Revolving Loan Fund. These go primarily to our water sewer fund obligations. We are at $117.3 million. A substantial portion of that, approximately, I believe we are at $60 million in terms of loan forgiveness, that if we complete the projects on time, we are eligible to have those convert to grants as opposed to loans. Motor vehicle fund, we have $508,000 in the motor vehicle fund. So, all told, we are at $282.2 million. Two positive pieces of news. We went out to FY26 in November. We went out to the bond market to raise approximately, I think it was close to almost $88 million in net proceeds coming in to the city. And we were upgraded by Standard & Poor's to a AA+. So they were very pleased with where our financial condition is with the city.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation.
All right, well, thank you. And so the sheets, the detail sheets in the back of your presentation are the itemized numbers for what you just went over, the debt services.
That is correct. Those are for council members who wish to do comparisons 25 to 24, see where we went up and down. Mm-hmm. These also have been reviewed by the WEFAC committee as part of the, I guess it was last week or 2 weeks ago, where we went over the same presentation.
Right. I remember that. Okay. So thank you for that overview and presentation. So I am going to turn it over to council members. I know that Councilmember Spadola, his hand was up first. And then from Councilmember Spadola, I'll go to Councilmember Hackett. Councilmember Spadola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just saying I was here. Thank you.
Okay, just to be acknowledged. Okay, so council members, we're going to go with the two questions, the two follow-ups, first round and then second round. Councilmember Hackett.
Yeah.
Then Councilmember Willard.
Wanted to be acknowledged, too.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Director Taylor, thank you so much for the presentation. Just two questions. I'm trying to understand account receivables in our fund balance, and why is it accounted for if we don't know when we will ever receive that? I know it's a process, but we're trying to figure out. There's no timetable on when that money will be received, but it's in our fund balance. So where does it sit in our fund balance? Like, is it in our budget reserve account? Like, how do you place that account receivables in our fund balance?
If you would go to slide 10. If we could see slide 10, this will certainly help with the
And I guess while they're pulling it up.
effectively. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, while they're pulling it up, I guess I asked my second question, just in revolve around the bridge project, where we're at with that, and, did we completely send all the funds over? And, just where's the update on that project?
Okay, well, I'll answer the first question. As you can see from the slide, essentially, picture a waterfall. You have assets minus liabilities, deferred inflows and outflows, and then you have a fund balance. Accounts receivable, yes, you're correct. These are accounts that are owed by customers, either through property taxes, L&I fees, parking tickets, et cetera. For the water sewer fund, it's utility bills, et cetera. What we do is we account for the entire accounts receivable. Then we work with the auditors, and we do what we call allowance for doubtful accounts. It's a calculation where we make an estimate about how much in that accounts receivable, the entire aging report, all the delinquencies, how much of that is collectible and how much of it is uncollectible. And we do that for the general fund as well as the water sewer fund. And we write down a certain percentage of that amount as uncollectible, if we deem it uncollectible. These might be accounts that are, that have been paid but have not been taken off of the rolls. They may be historically, for instance, parking tickets. You have accounts receivable, but after 7 years, parking tickets are automatically eliminated, right? So they come off the rolls as part of the accounts receivable. In this case, what you see here is net accounts receivable. These have taken into account those accounts where we deem not collectible. We actually take those out. In fact, the auditors, the outside auditors, do a review of that, and we make a calculation and we come up with what this accounts receivable is. So the accounts receivable that you see in this chart is what we expect to collect, okay? It has been netted out. All the uncollectibles have been netted out.
Okay,
Is that helpful?
Yep. Yeah, that was perfect. I just wanted an explanation on that. Thank you so much. And then question number 2.
Number 2, I'm going to pass to the Deputy Chief of Staff.
Yes, the bridge payment actually went out the Friday before last. So the entire $10 million has been wired to the CEB, Community Education Building.
And just to give an update on our scope, I wasn't in council when, the money was decided that it would go out, but I guess it's going out while I'm here now. So just want to know, what is that $10 million for?
Sure. Just as a reminder of the project, it is to bring higher education institutions to the city of Wilmington. So the Bracebridge 2 building, 2, 3?
yes.
2.
It's the old Bank of America building.
Yeah, exactly. I forget. They're all numbered, and I forget exactly which ones they are. There's too many numbers.
I think it's
but
3.
That's where Widener University is going to be locating, along with its community service wing, the Class E, everything else, like the sort of things that will, legal services, that sort of thing for the community. In addition, Dell State Nursing Program will be coming to the city, as well as the University of Delaware Associates Program. So all 3 of those higher ed institutions will be relocating to the city. So this is also part of the state will be funding part of this as well through the bond bill. So they'll be helping to fund a large portion as well. So essentially it all just goes toward ensuring that we have all of those higher ed education institutions in the city that will help attract other businesses, because we'll see that we have a pool of workers that they can draw from who are already here. In addition, we'll have the wage tax from the professors and the people who are working here, new people in the city who are just simply visiting our restaurants and our our stores. and just infusing new life downtown in an area that has been vacant for several years.
No, thank you so much. I think that's so important. I just want to ask the question because I know it's getting ready to happen and just want to make sure the residents in our city know what's it for and, moving forward and what it's going to look like. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to mention also that there is a recording regarding all of what Deputy Chief of Staff Mergler just shared. Dr. Tony Allen, Longwood came. So just in case somebody would like additional information, I just wanted to mention that it's all recorded in terms of who's going to donate what and additional information, which I think is definitely worth listening to. Vice Chair Bracy.
Thank you. Just wanted a quick follow-up on this, and you kind of hit on part of what I wanted to ask. I remember part of the agreement for the 10 million was that the contracts, I guess, the had to be secured before because we wanted to make sure that the universities are coming. So I'm assuming if the check went out, that means Widener, Del State, and UD have confirmed and signed their paperwork and done everything correct?
Correct.
Okay. And last question, I know Chair Harley mentioned it, but off the top of your head, do you remember how much the state and the county are putting into this? Okay, you don't.
I do not recall, but we can get you the number.
Okay. Is it more than what the city is putting in?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other council members? Any council member Willard? Before that, Councilmember Darby, she is on the Zoom. Councilmember Darby and then Councilmember Willard.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes.
I had a question about just the overall reserves to balance in the budget. So I know we're going to use, I believe it was 1.7 million from reserves to balance the budget. So what is the administration's plan to eliminate reliance on one-time funds? And at what point do we consider this is a structural deficiency rather than a temporary gap? That there's other than just, okay, we're going to keep using our reserves, really looking at the structural piece of why this is happening.
May I?
Yes.
Certainly. So this is actually the first year since 2021 that we have authorized use of the tax stabilization reserve to balance the budget. And it's worth noting that in 2021, we didn't actually end up using it at the end of the year. So essentially, when we put it in the budget, it gives us the spending authority to cover that gap at the end of the year. But it is all a projection. So in 2021, we didn't end up needing it. This year, it remains to be seen what revenues we will collect. A large part of the deficit this year is caused by red light cameras. So right now we are working with the vendor to replace all of our red light cameras and ensure that we are continuing to ensure safety at our intersections, which is the number one reason that we have red light cameras. But at the same time, ensure that if people do run the red light cameras, that we are properly charging those fees and not just having cameras that don't work. That has led, if you attended WEFAC, we did, essentially we anticipated a $2.5 million loss in 2026 due to the red light cameras. Until we replace them, we can't necessarily project that revenue out or count on that revenue. But as long as we replace the cameras, we should be okay next year. The other area where we do see a potential, where we already see a dip in revenue is in property tax. And so that is one area certainly that we need to look at as we move forward. But I don't think that that the use of fund balance this year is an indication of long-term deficit spending.
Okay. May I follow up?
Yes.
Yeah, my next question was going to go into the red light camera, into the red light camera issue that we're having. So I saw, I'm basing this off of memory. I could be wrong. But I remember reading that it said that it was going to be like a 50% reduction over the last few years and bringing in revenue for the red light camera program. And it actually said in the year 2027, for the budget year we're talking of, that there was no plan to fix it yet. And I wanted to understand what that meant, because you just said that the cameras would get fixed. But when you read it, because I highlighted, underlined, it said that in 2027. And I just wanted to talk about the long-term viability of this program and the effectiveness of it, and if we should do it, because it targets Black and brown low income neighborhoods. So it's an issue with red light cameras in regards to the neighborhoods that it's being placed in, the who's being impacted by red light camera tickets, and then is it really punitive or is it really about safety, right? So those conversations about like even the long-term viability of this program, looking at it being reduced, and in the actual document it said that it was not going to be fixed in 2027.
I can certainly answer that. We're negotiating right now with the vendor to replace all of the cameras that have been reached their point of obsolescence, meaning that there was significant downtime over the last year due to cameras, old cameras, having issues with communication with the network, not being able to take the picture correctly and whatnot. We were very concerned that we were losing, we were having issues with those cameras at those intersections. We have had a meeting with the vendor. They're going to replace all of the cameras that have been obsolete with new generation. They believe that they can get those up and running quickly. We're going to actually start well before FY2027 starts, before July. In fact, they're starting to look at the cameras right now. And we have hope that those cameras will be operational. Now, we're not going to be completely 100% back to our revenue source, because keep in mind that people don't pay their red light tickets on time. In fact, a lot of them wait until they have to go get their registration renewed by DMV. As part of a registration hold, they get flagged. That may be 2-3 years out. We have a 96% payment rate by the time you get to year 7. However, in year 1, 2, and 3, you are in the low 40s. People don't pay until they have to. That's one of the problems. So if you didn't issue a ticket last year, you may not see that revenue come to, if you didn't pay your ticket last year, you're not going to see that money come due. I will say that we hope that the red light cameras will be up and operational. With regard to where they're placed, these intersections are not chosen at random, nor are they chosen at the whim of people who request them. They're chosen based on DelDOT safety data and crash data. We are not, in fact, we're not even allowed to unilaterally put up a red light camera unless DelDOT certifies that it is a high crash intersection. So, we've taken, individual unilateral selection out of the process. We take a look at those intersections that are the most dangerous, and we make decisions about where to place them. We do not intend right now to place any new cameras in any new intersections under the current contract. Any of those decisions would have to be vetted with DelDOT and certainly would have to be brought to City Council prior to their adoption.
Chair, thank you. Point of clarification. Follow up, Councilmember Darby, and then Ms. Bass-Knight.
Just a point of clarification.
No, Ms. Bass-Knight, you can go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman Darby. I just wanted to state for the record too that we do have this as a written question for finance. Question number 10. But I just want, you can turn it back over to Councilman Darby. I just wanted to share that for the record.
That was a good clarification. Councilmember Darby, did you hear?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, my last thing is about EMS. I know we took on the cost of it. We kind of was forced to, right? With St. Francis and the contract, and them not being able to fulfill it anymore. But what are the plans in regards to like future? Are we looking at billing reimbursement, like advocating on that? And are we like, what are we looking for to be able to cover that cost in the future? Has those discussions started?
Is that going to be included in another budget hearing?
That's part of the, Chair, can I respond?
It's part.
Sure.
Yeah, when I read the presentation, it's in this presentation. Like I got my books, I'm highlighting. This is part of the question.
I'm happy to answer.
Okay, sure, Ms. Burglar.
Certainly. So we currently do bill for EMS service, and we are doing well with it. So we had put in the budget this in FY26 an anticipated revenue collection of $2.5 million. That was very conservative because we anticipated a ramp up as we got our contracts under place with Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance. And now we are at a point where we can actually kind of project out pretty well what we're going to get toward the end of the year, and we are anticipating closer to $5 million. Now, that is very good, and unfortunately doesn't still completely cover the cost of the EMS service.
Correct.
But it does very much help, and it is revenue that we did not have before. And it's still a necessary service that we need to provide because there is nobody else in this area that will provide it. But it is at least bringing in significantly more revenue than anticipated.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, if I can, what
Yes.
you said. Yeah, so what you're saying is, I read that it's going to bring in $5 million, but it's still, as I was saying and stating and asking for an answer for, is that it does not cover all of EMS costs. And what were the plans for that? So that's what my question was. Like, I understand and read the book. I understand that it's for $5 million projected growth, but I also understand that it doesn't cover all of the EMS costs. And what was the long-term funding strategy around that? So that was the question. But if you don't have an answer yet, that's fine too. But that was the question.
Ms. Burglar.
Well, the only other way to collect more revenue would be to do more billing. So one, as we do more runs, we collect more revenue essentially. So anytime that we do a run within the city that potentially might have been done by mutual aid, we get that revenue. Every time that we, do better at submitting our paperwork, submitting it on time, submitting it correctly, which we have been doing, but we collect more revenue that way. But there is a limit to that because it is based on the number of runs. It's based on the number of calls. So we do have a high volume of calls in the city, but there really is no way to grow EMS revenue without people, unfortunately, calling 911 and needing to be transported. The only other way would be to raise the rate, and we are limited on what we can charge based on Medicare and Medicaid. I am not an expert on that front. I would need to get Specklin to give me an exact explanation of exactly what we can charge, but I know that we are limited in the amount that we can do. So like any other city service, I mean, not every city service comes with a fee that we can charge. This one happens to. And that is fortunate, but it is still a necessary service that we will still have to provide regardless of how much revenue it brings in.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't arguing if we should have it or not. I was just asking about long-term stability, but thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Willard, and then Councilmember Kobe, and then we're going to go to the public.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in terms of the water sewer fund, were there any cash investments in capital improvements with the water sewer fund this year in question, the way there were with the general fund? And if yes, how much was that investment?
Yes, there were some cash investments. As I had stated earlier, we had approximately $12 million in cash that was spent between 2022 through 2025.
I'm
We
sorry,
were
what
able
was that
to-
again? How much? I'm sorry.
12 million. We were able to take, the intention was to be able to take that money and convert portions of it to debt. So basically, the way our cash availability works in the city is that the general fund provides the cash to make the payments, and then the water sewer fund transfers revenues into the general fund to replenish that. You can use either cash or you can use debt. So we had $12 million in debt. We were able to go to the bond market in '26. And looking back, we were only able to take 3 years. So we were able to recover approximately $6.6 million. So in total, the total overall cash was $5.4 million. So 12 minus 6.6.
And then
Follow up.
I had a follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my next question is really about the general fund. And I'm looking at the general fund numbers, and it looks like the city of Wilmington collected $8.5 million more in revenue in FY 2025 than it spent on expenses. And in that same year, the city of Wilmington gave almost $21 million to several special projects that are listed in the report as City Fest, Land Bank, Neighborhood Stabilization Fund, the Bridge Project, and the Office of Economic Development. And I get calls all the time from residents who are talking about broken water mains and potholes and public safety concerns. And often when I get these calls, I turn to the departments that are responsible for taking care of them. And the answer I usually get about why more can't be done is almost always about money. And there's only so much in the budget for potholes, or we have a limited amount to fix water mains, or we don't have funding for community violence intervention this year. So just, for me, when I look at the budget and where the report says a budget surplus, I see Wilmington residents paying $8.5 million more in taxes and other fees and fines than were actually paid to deliver city services. So I just, I don't understand the logic for bringing in more in revenue than is spent in services, and then giving the funding to special projects. And I'm just thinking about the impact that that could have had. Like, for example, I just read in the paper today about the city of Wilmington gave that Insight project $10 million to locate downtown out of the city's strategic fund, which I hadn't heard. And now Insight isn't relocating downtown, and the project's morphed into something else. So I just can't help thinking about the impact that that funding could have made in fixing potholes or fixing broken water mains or sustaining community violence prevention projects, if instead of spending city revenues on special projects, the city had spent that money on city services. Or how city residents and small businesses could have spent that money if the city didn't collect the revenue it wasn't going to spend on services. So my question is, would it make better sense to improve the city by delivering better city services, like fixing potholes, fixing water mains, securing better public safety, as opposed to putting tax dollars into special projects?
Ms. Smergler.
So Mr. Winkler is currently is currently looking up some numbers on exactly why the surplus was so large last year. I will say, though, typically what we see is we have difficulty in hiring. A lot of what you'll see in savings in expenses in a given year is often because we were unable to fill vacancies. And we can't simply take that money from salaries and use it in MS&E because that's part of the budget ordinance. So you have to have the money there in case you hire people. But Rob is looking up the exact reason why. But the other issue is the special projects you see, those are transfers from fund balance that are approved by City Council. And they are one-time in nature. What you're essentially describing is cutting staff to match the areas where we were not able to spend. And redirecting it again toward areas that need staff. That so we have staff who fill potholes. We have staff who, who provide the services. And if we can't hire those people, we'll still end up having the same savings that you see in at the end of the year, without actually getting the same services. And then you also don't have the transfer, the projects that you spent money on fund balance toward. So it's not as simple as, well, we collected more revenue than we needed. We built a budget at the beginning of the year that was balanced. And then throughout the year, we sometimes we end up with more revenue than is expected because, there was an economic change or something else that you'll see at WEFAC of, oh, great, we were conservative in our revenue estimates and we collected more than we were expecting. Or this year, unfortunately, we weren't able to hire a certain number of people. We put out, we weren't able to get a lot of people into a class in WPD. So you don't necessarily fill all the vacancies that you can. This year, you'll see that in WPD, we actually increased our attrition number to account for some of that, because we know that we won't necessarily be able to fill all positions. We also went through and looked at every department and figured out what areas we could cut, again, without reasonably cutting services, important services like the ones you're asking for. But regardless, we will have Mr. Winkler give you an exact breakdown of why the difference was that amount last year.
Thank you.
And Chair, I can actually speak to a couple of the revenue issues that drove that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so on the revenue side, we were actually fortunate on a few of the revenues. We saw a pretty good bump in head tax, but that was one time due to some back payments. One of the big drivers that year, almost $2 million up, was real estate transfers. So we had very low rates at that point in 2025. Which led to a whole lot of economic activity on both the residential and commercial side. So collectively there, we were nearly $2 million up relative to what we had budgeted. Budget was based on sort of historical norms. We were well outside historical norms for that year. Similar to that, because of those low rates, you saw a lot of development on both new buildings and renovating existing buildings, which meant we had a real boom on permits that year. We were nearly more than $1.5 million up compared to what we had budgeted. That subsequently came back down. When rates went down, the permitting activity went down, which is, again, pretty normal. Same thing with other business activity, the corporate filing taxes, LLC filing tax, NCC filing, UCC filing, all of those transfers we get from the state, which are, again, all driven by corporate activity. Those were all really good that year. And again, some of those things are one time and are a bit trickier to predict because they're dependent on things like interest rates and where the economy goes. So we did have a fortunate year for revenues as well.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Taylor and Deputy Chief Migler, thank y'all for being here tonight. I just had a quick question since I see it in the presentation about the pension fiduciary fund. And I heard you stated that we are in a good position going into 2031. Has there been any money put into the fund for a increase for pensioners at all?
There's currently no plan in terms of a cost of living increase or adjustment.
My follow-up to that is what is the process for doing those cost of living increases? I guess it would be a COLA, right? Especially if some of them have been set at a certain rate. I can't remember the last time they've gotten an increase, but is there any plan to potentially do one or not in this budget?
Well, potentially you could do one. There is actually two boards. One is the Board of Pensions and Retirement, which I chair. Then there's the Pension Commission, which looks specifically at the firefighters' COLAs, or firefighters' pension plan. You have to keep in mind that there's a process by which we would have to take an actuarial evaluation. That means that if a COLA was contemplated, you'd have to look at the long-term impact of paying that COLA over time, meaning that it stands for the life of the pensioner. And what that would do is greatly reduce your ability to get to a fully funded pension plan. I know that there have been suggestions and plans. I think we've done it once, right, where we had a one-time pension increase that we had provided to the pensioners, which helps. But again, it's one time, and it doesn't impact the long-term viability of the pension plan. We would have to have the actuary take a look at what a COLA would do in terms of taking us off of that. And of course, it would have to be publicly vetted in the pension, the Board of Pensions and Retirement, or the Pension Commission, and would likely have to have some approval through some bodies such as the City Council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the public? Okay, all right, we have a couple more hearings and presentations. So lastly, are there any final questions from the council members? Councilmember Willard and Councilmember Oliver.
You can go first, because you didn't.
Councilmember Oliver, Councilmember Willard.
Regarding several calls I've received from constituents regarding the 96-hour shutoff, and they've been calling 311, who's been, I guess, transferring them to the finance department to discuss the notice they received inquiring about their shutoff. And 6 calls I received within the last month, where I think at first I was thinking it was the 311, but it appears that maybe the finance department individuals, the telephones are turned off, or no one's answering the phone. I was wondering, is it a shortage up there for our staff in the finance department, or is it training needs to be done? So, I mean, is something going on? So, is there any way you can answer that question?
I would say that it is a staffing issue.
Okay.
We have a very thin staff. If people take time off or are out on long-term leave, and it's going to get ostensibly probably a little more difficult once we get paid leave involved. We're finding that more people are going to be out rather than in, and it really is causing a backlog in getting this. Now, what will happen is, when it gets transferred in and you don't get a live agent, it goes into a queue. Those queues, people have to be taken off task in counting the money to be able to make the calls to the customer service, to the customer. For that, we apologize. I mean, if there's any delay, we do our best in trying to manage with the staff that we have.
Just a follow-up. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. But I'm wondering, so to me, it's still putting the constituents in an awkward situation. They received a 96-hour notice disconnect, or they're trying to find out about the water, and I'm hearing now that it's a staff issue. Have you had any discussions to try to bring back, since this is the budget time, maybe hire a couple people up there, or bring back in some of the in-house constituent services? It goes back and forth, so this is the time to talk about it. Just to hear you say that, it's going to get worse. I don't think we should be saying it's going to get worse. I mean, maybe you need to hire 1 or 2 people, or try to. And then I never understood why we took all this out, the 311 anyway. So, Stephanie, if anybody can answer, if we could, I mean, he's saying that he needs some staff, and we're saying it's going to get worse. So if I'm starting, I mean, now the calls are starting to fall over calling me, and I'm not used to answering them kind of questions. I'm like, well, call back, because I don't have the ability to look up anybody's bill. But I mean, within the last month, this is 6 calls, so that's the only question I wrote down for y'all. So it's something going on, and now I hear Director Brett saying that it's going to get worse because of staffing. That seems to me that's something that's fixable. If this is the budget time, maybe we need to add something in there part-time or something, because the constituents shouldn't be having their water cut off or coming up here or upset when that's what's in their notice. So they're following the directions, and we're not able to help them. So now it's not 311, it's the finance department.
Right. So 2 things. One, I think that the additional calls are coming from the fact that the new utility billing system can send automatic notices well in advance of when you're getting to the 96-hour shutoff notice. So, and that's in compliance with the new policy we have to give people, I think it is, 60 days, 90 days, 90 days before you get to that point. So the system automatically generates a notice, and you find out that, oh, I'm in arrears, and it gives you plenty of time. And I've read the notice. It does sound a little bit like it says 96-hour shutoff, but you're not at that point yet. It's just a warning that you may get there if you don't pay within, the next 3 or 4 months. So that might be part of it. The other part of it is, so there weren't any positions eliminated in finance because of 311. But I don't know if it's necessarily the fact that there aren't enough positions or if we simply have too many vacancies. So that was something I wanted to clarify with the director. In addition, I agree, we need to fill our vacant position upstairs in constituent services as well to have them help. But I understand the frustration completely. We do have difficulty with people being able to answer the phones downstairs. We have been trying through 311 to eliminate as much of that call volume as possible to reduce the number of calls that are transferred to finance so that they can really concentrate on the more difficult issues and solving the problems that, that people bring in. But unfortunately, dealing with things like the 96-hour shutoff, if it requires a payment arrangement, then that does need to go to finance. So I think that's where we need to figure out how to rearrange our staff or ensure that we have enough staff that they can handle that kind of volume. But if Brett could answer whether or not it is a positions issue or if it's a vacancy issue.
Let me ask this question. We have a finance budget hearing coming up. Is vacancies included in this presentation, talking about vacancies?
Vacancies are included, but, and we can certainly address it there. The short answer to the question, though, Madam Chair, is that we have vacancies. We have lots of turnover, right? You have the gap between when someone leaves the position and then you have to rehire. Then you also have people that are out because of leave. It is call centers like this, you get a lot of turnover. And that becomes a problem in servicing customers. We could try to backfill with with temporary staff, which would certainly help with that. And I'd be happy to take a look at that. Just to kind of get through the backlog.
Right.
Now, keep in mind that we have 27,000 calls a year.
And, I mean, thank you. Let me just finish this conversation, because, like I said, because of the cost, this is the only question. I understand that, but we are the city of Wilmington, and we are here to provide services. And just listening to what you said, I agree with Ms. Stephanie. Even if you have to fill a position, I'm just mentioning, since this is the budget time, let's not forget if you need 2 part-time people, because it's starting to fall over to council members, and this is something that's fixable. If you have you have 2 openings up there. And I noticed with this administration, we keep talking about saving money, and asking all the different departments. It was brought up somewhere else that, we want to try to see wherever you can make some cuts or whatever. And I understand that to a certain extent, but not when the calls start falling over to council members, and we are here to provide services. So that's all I wanted to say. So hopefully you'll fill one of them or fill 2 temps or something, because I just think that's unnecessary.
No, I completely understand.
Thank you.
Customer service is a big focus of our
Yeah.
mayor, and we really want to make sure that we're properly taking care of our residents.
That'll be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
You're welcome. Okay, the next 2 Finance Committee items are the overview of the city's audited financial statements for fiscal year 2025 annual comprehensive financial report, and overview of the fiscal year 2025 single audit reports and management letter by outside auditor Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman. And at this time, I'm going to ask if Mr. George Fanaris and his team to come to present at this time. Thank you, Director Teller.
Thank you.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair and council members. I'm George Fernaris with Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman, and with me is Michael Mast. And we are your external auditors. And we completed the audit of the, can you hear all right? Okay. We completed the audit of the June 30th, 2025 financial statements. And I'm going to present a summary of both the financial audit and the single audit. So, okay, the slides are up there. We can go to the next slide, please. Yes. So, nope. Yeah. The purpose of this communication, and we did send a more detailed letter, but these slides are a summary of that. We want to require matters that the accounting and auditing standards require us to communicate to council, and we will cover both audits, the financial audit and the single audit. Our responsibilities, Director Taylor mentioned that he and his team put together the financial statements for the city, and it's our job to come in and examine those financial statements. And our audit includes examining the evidence. We don't test every transaction, but we do test, we get enough coverage through sampling and a test basis. We assess the accounting principles that the finance department uses to put together the statements, and we evaluate the overall presentation. We help finance also with their presentation of the ACFR to the Government Finance Officers Association every year. In addition, we work on the single audit, which is the audit of your federal funds. And that's under the standards in the Uniform Guidance, which is a federal regulation. So to summarize the overall results, we had an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. An unmodified opinion is what's generally referred to as a clean opinion. We noted one material weakness finding that had to do with the financial reporting close, which is a repeat finding from the prior year. We also had two lesser findings, which are called significant deficiencies. They both had to do with issues in the Human Resources Department. One had to do with a feature in the system with what's called super user access codes, and the other had to do with time card approvals. So on the single audit side, with regard to federal funds, there were no findings this year. So in the single audit, we also rendered an unmodified opinion on the major federal programs. So, and we also, later in the presentation, we want to go over new accounting standards that are coming online in fiscal '26 and fiscal '27. So, just to restate, management's has their responsibility, and we as the auditors have our responsibilities. Management's responsibilities, and we communicate this at the beginning of the audit with a letter, is the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. Management's responsible for the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal controls over the financial statements, and also with compliance with the laws, regulations, contracts, and grant requirements. And management's also responsible to select and apply the correct accounting policies to your financial transactions and balances. So the results of the audit. As I mentioned, the financial audit for June 30th, 2025, we rendered an unqualified clean opinion on the financial statements. The auditor's report under government auditing standards, which we're also required to follow, had the findings and recommendations that I just mentioned. They were communicated in detail, and I believe that report's has been made available to management and to council as well. And then finally, the independent auditor's report on compliance for major programs and internal control as required by the uniform guidance, the single audit report, which was also provided to council and management. So every year we're required to present any significant accounting matters by the audit standards, significant audit matters. So the most significant things that we note in the audit is that management's estimates in the financial statements, things like accounts receivable allowances that Director Taylor discussed earlier, pensions, the OPEB, self-insurance liabilities, compensated absences, depreciation, all those areas involve estimates. And as part of our audit, we determined that those estimates are reasonable. We're also required to report to you what we think are the most significant disclosures in the financial statements so that when you read the financial statements, you can sort of zero in on those. The most significant, we think, are the note number 9, the debt note, number 15, pensions, and number 16, the OPEB. Those are by just the size of those, the amounts involved with the debt and the pensions and the OPEB, they're significant. We examined those note disclosures and the other note disclosures, and we concluded that they're neutral, consistent, and fair. So we had no difficulties in dealing with management in the audit. We did have some difficulties in getting information timely, but as far as management is concerned, we got all the cooperation that we asked for, and we had no issues. If we did have any issues, we would be required to report those to you. Okay, we provided management with corrected journal entries to fix the books before we finished the audit. We also provided uncorrected journal entries, which are things that are detected but were not material enough to warrant a change. So, other significant audit matters. We had no disagreements over accounting policies or transactions with management. Again, if we had, we'd be required to report those to you. We received all of the requested management representations that we need to complete the audit. Management, to our knowledge, did not consult with other accountants to get a second opinion on anything or anything like that. And then during the year, significant new accounting principle, GASB 101, dealing with compensated absences was implemented, and it resulted in the recognition of a larger compensated absence liability than what was presented in the past under the new standard. Okay, and then, as I mentioned, the auditor's report on the financial statements was a clean opinion. Now, the report that we also issue along with the financial statement audit report is the report under government auditing standards, which is also called the Yellow Book report. So that report is on internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters based on our financial statement audit. And that's required by the government auditing standards that are put out by the Comptroller General of the United States. We consider your internal control over the financial reporting, and we test your compliance with laws, regulations, contract requirements. And as I mentioned, we noted 1 material weakness and 2 significant deficiencies. The 3 findings, those 3 findings, the material weakness was directed to the finance department, and it had to do with the year-end financial closing process. This has been a difficult area in prior years as well. We had to, as a result of our audit procedures, we recommended a number of audit adjustments to correct errors and to pick up things to make the financial statements complete. And the finance department agreed with those, made the necessary adjustments to the general ledger. Okay, the second significant deficiency is lower than in seriousness than a material weakness. We had a significant deficiency in human resources. They have in the payroll system, the way it's designed, it has these super user access codes, which we noted this last year too. It allows the users to make changes that don't necessarily get reviewed by other people in the HR department. And now the HR department has put some compensating controls in place, but those super user passwords are still embedded in the system. So, and actually in the past, HR contacted Munis about fixing that issue, and Munis could not, they responded that that was something that they could not change in the system. So we just have to deal with it and rely on those compensating controls.
So is that under material weakness?
No, that was the second one,
Significant
deficiency.
Okay.
And then the third one, also an HR issue, is time card approvals. There are, HR is always in a position where they have to balance getting out the payroll in time to the employees versus making sure all the approvals are documented. And they correctly choose to prioritize getting out the paychecks on time. And however, there's still an issue with time card approvals not being made. Although I should say that it's significantly improved over prior years, and there's I forget what the percentage was that we saw this year, but it was significantly improved over prior years. So we'll work with HR going forward to get that fixed.
Okay.
Okay. So switching over a little to the single audit side, the uniform guidance. We issued our report on each major program and the controls and compliance over those programs. During fiscal year '25, the city received and spent $39 million, just over $39 million in federal funds. And the city is required to have a single audit over those. We are required to select major programs, to identify and select the major programs and focus on those programs in the audit. There were 4 major programs selected and audited this past year: Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Community Development Grant Program. Those are both programs that are run out of real estate and housing. The COVID-19 coronavirus program, which has been one of the largest programs the last few years, and the capitalization grants for drinking water, the SRF funds for drinking water. So we tested those programs as major programs, and we had no findings identified in our audit this year. I believe last year we had 1 finding. So with regard to the findings overall, for FY24, we had 5 findings in the financial statement audit. That's down to 3. And we had 1 finding on the single audit federal side, and that's down to 0. So we're making progress.
That's great.
Okay, and then just to bring you up to date, we have some new upcoming accounting standards. GASB statements 103, 104, and 105 are coming online this year and next. GASB 103 overhauls the management's discussion and analysis. That is the report that comes at the beginning of the financial statements. It's a summary of the results prepared by management and reviewed by us. But they're making some changes there to make it more readable. Number 104 has to do with more detailed capital asset disclosures, improved disclosures in the notes to the financial statements. So they're including with capital assets, leases, and SPIDA's subscription-based IT arrangements, which are like capital assets. So the reporting is going to combine those more with the capital asset disclosures. And then in 2027, we're going to have revisions to the subsequent events disclosures that are required. So, do you have any questions or comments for Mike and me?
I have a question, sir. As it relates to these new standards that are coming out, is there any requirements for the city to be prepared for this new standard?
The requirements would be that the city should, the finance department, along with us, should be familiar with the new standards, make the changes during the year that are going to be required. But for the most part, these changes are things that are not going to require any big changes to management, the way management operates. They're disclosure requirements in the financial statements. So there'll be some modifications to the way the financial statements look, especially with the statement that deals with management's discussion and analysis. Along with that one, there's going to be a new requirement to where, you know, the budget to actual statement that's presented with the other financial statements, where we look at the general fund budget, make comparisons, and we look at the variance. That's going to be pushed further back into the financial statements, where it's presented as a basic financial statement. Now it's going to be presented back further with the required supplementary information. But other than that, nothing major.
Okay. Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question. I had asked, I have this kind of ongoing question about the role of indirect costs in the water sewer fund. And I had put a question forward to the audit department, if they might be able to audit, like whether or not the, those numbers are accurate for the indirect costs. And they said that you were already doing that. So I was just wondering if you could just explain a little bit what your system is for auditing the indirect costs.
So we audit the indirect costs. As you know, your indirect cost plan is prepared by Black & Veatch, your outside consultants. Those numbers are, for the indirect cost plan, are prepared for the city by those outside experts. And we, for our part, we don't audit the plan, but we do audit the numbers that result from the application of the plan. So we would take a look at the indirect costs as they relate to the budget, as they relate to the prior year, as they are posted to the general ledger. We're not, we treat the Black & Veatch consultants the same way that we would treat your actuaries, for example. They're outside experts. And what the standards require us to do when we use the work of outside experts is we look at the reputation of the firm. Black & Veatch is a very large firm. They have a good reputation. We take a look at the, we read the report itself, and we make sure that we're comfortable with any assumptions that they're making in the report. And we look at the overall reasonableness of the plan. We don't go in and audit the plan itself at a detailed level, but we get comfortable enough that we know that we're following the auditing standards the same way we do for the actuaries for the pensions and the actuaries and consultants that are used for the risk management fund. It's the same principle.
Thank you. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay. You can proceed, Mr. Fairness.
That's all I had.
Okay, because you, the next steps for the city, you kind of went over all that.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss that last page? Yeah, sorry. So, thank you.
Oh, sure.
So the next steps for the city would be to, with regard to the findings, to implement the corrective action plans. For each of the 3 findings, the city provided us with their corrective action plan, and so we'll help as we can with the corrective action plans. In fact, tomorrow we're meeting with the Finance, Audit, and Treasurer's offices to talk about what we can do better for FY26, which is largely reinforcement of the financial close procedures. We want to strengthen the HR payroll controls to address those 2 findings, and prepare for the implementation of the new GASBs in the current year and next year. And then continue collaboration among the departments in order to get, best information to the finance department and to us as auditors.
Okay, that wraps up everything. Council members, does any council members have any questions? Council Member Oliver?
Yeah, I was just going to make a statement. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess my question would be under the report, under government auditing standards. You have mentioned the 2 significant deficiencies that were identified, and the one you had mentioned how based on the fact that Munis cannot correct it in our future audits? How would that look in terms of a corrective action? How does that look?
But what we saw somewhat in the current year, and we'd like to see improved and strengthened next year, is that when you have a weakness in your system of internal control, like these super user passwords present, then management needs to, nothing can be done about those. Management needs to find what we call compensating controls. So if the weakness is that the system allows a user to make changes that are not reviewed by a supervisor within the system, then management needs to develop some manual oversight over those changes that's a little bit stronger than what it is now, so that you can be assured that unauthorized changes aren't being made.
Understood. Thank you. Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question my colleagues have spoke about. How does your diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion program work?
You mean at Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman?
Yes.
Okay. I provided some information today to Marshall. Yeah. So we had, as you may or may not know, the accounting profession as a whole has an issue with, I guess, its attractiveness to minority students going into accounting. So the profession itself and we at Belfint are looking for ways to improve that. And some of the things, and you know what, you have, thanks, Mike. So we've got, and I provided this summary, it's a 2-page summary to Marshall, and I'll just go through it briefly. We have a diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion policy at Belfint, and basically we take steps proactively to promote a diverse workforce, to promote our business and our firm as a good place to work for minority students coming out of school, and female students coming out of school. We have several programs to promote it. We're active with Intern Delaware. We actively participate with their programs whose goal is to encourage college graduates to remain in Delaware after graduation. A lot of their work is centered on reaching out to all populations in the state. We're also active in workforce development, in the workforce development and first generation programs, which are geared to students who are the first in their families to go to college, and to also promoting diversity in the workforce. We have an externship program every year, and that program is to provide high school students with an introduction to the accounting profession and to our firm. And these are high school kids that come for a day, they spend a day at our office, and hopefully when they are in college, they'll consider us for the next program, which is the internship program. Every summer we employ 10 to 12 students for summer internships, and they get hands-on experience with accounting and auditing work. And we've promoted that, we promote that program to local colleges, including Del State, University of Delaware, Wilmington, Lincoln University, and Rowan, and throughout the greater Philadelphia area. We also have representation at a national level with the AICPA, American Institute of Public Accountants. Those efforts there center on the requirement. I don't know if you're aware, but currently, in order to get an accounting degree, you need to have 5 years, basically 5 years of college education, whereas it used to be 4. It's been 5 years for a while now. And what the profession has found is that with that extra 30 credits, you have limited students who are from lower income areas and can't afford to go for a 5th year. So we're trying to, at a national level, our representative is working with the AICPA to try and get alternatives to that 4th year, like internships and other credits, rather than forcing the students to pay for a 5th year of college. We're also active with, through our marketing and recruitment manager in the Association of Accounting Marketing. And in that area, she serves on their education. She's the chair of their education subcommittee, and she also serves on their DEI committee. And other things, we reach out proactively to local colleges with job openings at the firm, and we have a direct line to them. We also work with our Prime Global group, which we're a member of. Prime Global advocates, also we're advocating there for the change to the education requirements to become a CPA. So looking ahead, we're committed to strengthening our impact with our community partners, and we're very open to any other suggestions you might have in this area. Certainly, if you'd like, we can communicate with you when we have our externship and internship opportunities open up, so that if you have constituents who might be interested in the profession or would like to learn more about it at the high school and college level, we'd really be happy to work with you.
That's great. Thank you, Council Member Oliver, and thank you, sir, for sharing that information. And I believe we would be interested in helping to promote and to market for internship. Do you have a office in the city of Wilmington?
We're not in the city. We're out on Lancaster Pike, a little bit outside the city.
Okay, okay.
But close.
Yeah, close. Well, my only other follow-up is that you have a total of 92 employees, correct? What's impressive is that you have more females than males. That's pretty impressive to me in this space. But I see where you only have like 5.43% African American. What does your process look like in terms of being intentional with really attracting African Americans? Because, you know, it's one thing to have a policy that says this is what we do, but it's actually, you know, what does that process look like to really attract other minorities?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that statistic with regard to African Americans is in line with the national percentage of African Americans that are in the accounting profession, in public accounting. So that's something that the profession has recognized as an issue for years. There have been studies done by the AICPA and the National Association of Black Accountants to look at this, and see what can be done to make the profession more attractive
Okay.
to minorities, especially African American. So those efforts that I spoke about a minute ago hopefully have an impact, and, you know, we'll continue to do those things. Maybe we can work with council and the administration to direct more young people to the profession in the future. I think it's a bigger issue than just us and our firm and your administration, but it's something that we have to continue to work at and realize that it is an issue.
Okay. So were you saying in the industry itself? In the industry? The issue?
The issue is.
When you say bigger, you mean in the industry?
I mean, the big issue is that the percentages are small nationwide.
Gotcha,
You know,
yeah.
and we're, you know, we're in line with the rest of the profession, but that's not a good thing. You know, with regard to females, that's also reflective of where the position stands right now. Back when I was in school, it was probably 2 males for every female in my accounting classes, and it's at a point now where there are more females going into the industry than there are males.
Understood. Well, I really appreciate your response and feedback to that question, because it was a major question that came up amongst the council members in terms of your efforts going forward as it relates to how you're attracting and recruiting minorities and mainly African Americans. So thank you. Any other council members before we go to our next budget hearing?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a statement.
Sure. Councilmember Oliver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't see this until today, but this clarifies a lot. Thanks a lot. And when I did Google the percentage, that is the percentage internationally, as well as the issue with attorneys. So thanks for that clarity.
I should say that was something that we put together for a proposal for the city of Philadelphia recently, and you'll see City of Philadelphia at the top. That was unintentional.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I need to ask, are there any questions from the public? Okay. Seeing none in the room or on Zoom, I would like to thank Mr. Forneris and your team. Thank you very much. And we will be looking forward to you following up with our office, with Ms. Bassnight, in terms of those opportunities for recruitment when the time comes.
Great.
Okay? Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay. We're now moving forward with our budget hearing. But before that, break.
The break comes after this revenue projection.
After this, okay. So now we're going to move forward with the budget hearing portion of this meeting. Mayor Carney presented a proposed budget to council on March 13th. The budget as proposed includes the following: 0 property tax rate increase, a 9.95% water, sewer, and stormwater rates increase equivalent to $7.95 increase to monthly bill based on typical residential customer usage, which is the 4,000 gallons of water per month. Also, what was proposed is the 1.16% increase in the sewer factor for inside city customers only. 25.7 million transfer from the tax stabilization reserve fund for the following purposes. One, $1.7 million transfer to the general fund to balance the budget, considering expenditures is far outpacing revenues. 4 million transfer to the Economic Development Strategic Fund, which 1 million is specifically earmarked for the Small Minority Business Program. Number 3, we have a 20 million transfer to the Neighborhood Stabilization Fund for the following, which would be 200,000 for the Housing Expo, 500,000 for the Wilmington Neighborhood Conservancy Land Bank, 500,000 for the Home Lottery Repair Program, 2 million for the Vacant Lots Program, and 16.8 million for the Affordable Housing Subsidy. The proposed general fund budget totals 2.12 million, up 10.8 million, or a 5.4% increase. The proposed water sewer fund budget totals 100 million, up 5.1 million. There is not a capital budget for fiscal year 2027, therefore, because it is only done in the even years. No capital budget for the this particular year. This proposed general fund budget factors several items that will warrant much discussion during these proceedings. Expenditures far outpacing revenues based on the latest 5-year projections done by the Office of Management and Budget, the fiscal year 2026 mid-year budget amendment that added new positions to the budget, a net change of 19 new positions added to this proposed budget, which 12 positions pertain to EMS ambulance service. Our ARPA funding is required to be fully exhausted by December the 31st, 2026, which includes the CPSI, which was initiated by City Council in CY 2023, yet this current proposed budget lacks the necessary funding for the continuation of this program. The Office of Community Safety was established by executive order of the mayor in March 2026 and was funded via a mid-year budget amendment. Also, our property tax reassessment, which is a result of a court mandate that's within the purview of Newcastle County, who authorized Tyler Technologies to perform a property tax assessment based on market rate value, which is revenue neutral. We're looking forward to working with the mayor and all of my colleagues together to learn more on the plans for how the mayor intends to best handle as well as Newcastle County. While realizing that the bifurcated property tax rate relives some of the financial burden, it needs to be determined if this budget provides the necessary funding and resources to assist with appeals and if any internal assessments that may be required. And then we're moving down to the water sewer rates. While the FY 2027 proposed water rates submitted to council from the mayor are lower than the recommendations by UCAB, the Utility Citizens Advisory Board, this council must review these rates as well as understand the impact of other rising costs such as Delmarva bills, property taxes due to the reassessment, rising costs of gas, and so much more. The mayor has shared his vision for the intended planned use of the FY27 proposed budgetary funds. And so now it is council's fiduciary responsibility to review the budget, have budget hearings with the various departments to get a complete plan on the intended use of these budgetary funds, and then to have negotiations with the administration on any changes that may be warranted to this proposed budget. By charter, council must adopt a balanced budget, and it shall be the duty of the council at least 30 days before the end of this fiscal year to adopt the annual operating ordinance for the next fiscal year. Council has shared its priorities with the mayor, which are inclusive of the following. 1, public safety, funding for CPSI, expanding CPSI to other parts of the city, and expanding partners in care hours along with the Wilmington Community Police Accountability Board. Also, as it relates to neighborhood stabilization, the home lottery repair program, the Goodwill litter program, the property rehabilitation program, affordable housing community revitalization fund, a housing trust, and a property tax reassessment inequities. That's all under neighborhood stabilization. Then when we move to community partnerships, we have the Juneteenth celebration, vacant contract structures for rodents, etc. Under education, safe haven funding for a site location in the 6th district, HBCU funding specifically for the city of Wilmington residents only, and then the Office of Educational Advocacy. Under economic development, we have small minority business program, small business expo, and the nonprofit summit. Under financial stability, we have the water assistance program, along with our property tax abatement program. Under parks, we have the Christina Park unhoused situation, Friendship House, and the Youth Master Plan. Also, ensuring that council legislative mandates are adequately funded, such as traffic calming devices, historical markers, residency assistance fund, escrow program, and the property tax abatement legislation, to name a few. Before I turn it over to Deputy OMB Director Mr. Winkler for a presentation on the revenue projections, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be made at the end of each department's budget hearing, and that we look forward to having participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bassnight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings have time limitations due to time constraints. I kindly ask if all can be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions shall be of fiscal budgetary matter only, reminder, and will be limited based upon time limitations. So I just ask if my colleagues have any questions to please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated afterwards. At this point in time, Mr. Winkler, I now want to turn over to you for presenting the fiscal year 2027 revenue projections, then followed by a question and answer session with council. And this hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Winkler.
Thank you, and good evening, Chairwoman Harley. Good evening, council members. My name is Rob Winkler. I'm the Assistant Budget Director, and tonight I'll be going through the general fund revenues and doing a bit of an overview on the water sewer fund revenues. So let's go to that first slide. All right, so what you're looking at here is the total general fund for FY 2027, which we're projecting to be a little under 211 million, which is up $6.5 million from last year's budget. Now, before I drill down on all of the details on that, I want to touch on a few sort of high-level things first. So first, to sort of just explain what you are actually looking at here, because there are a couple of changes on that table. So on that left side there is the total budget at 200.7 million. There's also that change from the FY26 budget, that's 6.5 million. Now, because the FY26 revenues right now are trending a bit better than the FY26 budget, there's also a second change on here as well. That's that 5.1 million. So that's based on the Q2 FY26 projection that was presented to the Wilmington Economic and Financial Advisory Council, or WEFAC. You'll hear me talk about this as the WEFAC projection or the Q2 projection when I'm talking about specific revenues. And also on the top there, we've got the last 5 years of actuals in blue, and then the projection for 26 in that gold color, along with the budget for 27. All right, so just to get into a little bit about how we actually go about developing these projections. So the revenues that I'll present here, these are developed by the Office of Management and Budget in coordination with the Finance Department and other city staff. The projections are then presented to WEFAC, which meets to review and advise on our projections and to confirm whether they accurately represent the city's revenues for the next fiscal year. Now, for FY27, WEFAC approved these revenues when they met on March 26th. Now, once WEFAC has approved the revenues, the revenue projection can't be changed by OMB or the mayor's office without going back to WEFAC. And beyond that, by city code, council can't change the revenue projections. All right, so given all of that, as you all know and we've all been discussing, per the city charter, the city's budget has to be balanced. And for FY27, the projected general fund revenues of nearly $211 million are not sufficient to cover the budget expenditures of $212.6 million, meaning the budget for this year includes the use of nearly $1.7 million in funds from the Tax Stabilization Reserve. Now, as of June 30, 2025, which is what we were just talking about, when the Tax Stabilization Reserve was most recently calculated, the city had a fund balance of nearly $74 million, and that's just in the Tax Stabilization Reserve. Now, obviously, that's prior to any of that use of $20 million for affordable housing and the $4 million in the strategic fund, which is in the 27 budget. Now, taking that into account, we'd still have about $50 million left over in the Tax Stabilization Reserve. So we've got sufficient funds available to cover that $1.7 million. Now, one final point, and I think it's an important one to make here, is that the projections we have don't assume the economy goes into recession during 27, or that there's any other really major, macroeconomic changes in the broader economy, other than the things that I'm going to specifically discuss, like interest rates and DFAC growth projections. So, clearly we're in a really dynamic time for economic policy. Everyone is expecting that, beyond the policy changes we've seen in the last few months, things like the war are going to have impacts on inflation, growth, interest rates, employment, everything. And we've seen how quickly those things can change. But attempting to quantify those, varied and often contradictory effects into a single projection is really sort of beyond what can realistically be done in a projection like this. And to sort of clarify what I mean by that, when we talk about things like a recession, we also have to then start thinking about, well, what this recession looks like and how long it lasts, how deep it goes, and who it impacts. The exact combination of those, or whether the economy actually goes into recession, is still kind of speculative at this point. So while we can, estimate those potential impacts, and we want to be conservative in our projections, at the same time, we also don't want to be so risk averse that we project really only the worst case scenarios and force the city to make dramatic and probably unnecessary expenditure cuts to balance the budget. All right, so if we could go to the next slide. All right, so what you're looking at here is a breakout of the city's general fund revenue sources. Obviously, our largest source there, and that purple on the left, is wage and net profit taxes at more than 40% of our total. Now, beyond that, we're roughly evenly split between property tax, state transfers, and other city revenues, which is made up of smaller things like fines, fees. Now, what looking at this table really does make obvious is that the degree to which the majority of the city's revenues aren't really directly controllable by the city. So of the two main revenues we have, which is the wage and net profits and the property tax, only the property tax rate is something the city can actually control, because the wage tax rate is controlled by the Delaware General Assembly. And after that, really the biggest revenues here are all the state transfers. So if you take interest out, because really that's dependent on the interest rates and not something the city can very easily directly control, the city's only able to control about 39% of its total revenues. Now, if you take property tax out of that, we're down to about 18%. So really very few levers the city can pull when we talk about needing to raise revenue. All right, next slide. All right, so wage and net profit taxes, which is, again, the city's largest source of revenue. We're projecting those are going to be $85.7 million. which is an increase of about 1.7 million relative to FY26. Wage taxes are by far the biggest portion of that at 76.8 million. And the single biggest driver in the growth that we're projecting for this year, that 1.6 million up, is growth in taxable wages. So this is growth in increased employee compensation for that additional 2.9 million. Now, to put that in some context, the March projection from DFAC, which is the Delaware Economic Financial Advisory Council, basically the WEFAC equivalent, but for Delaware, they have 2027 salary and wages growth at 4.3%. So our 4% is consistent with what the state is predicting. Now, on top of that, we've also included another $438,000 due to employment growth. Now, to be clear, this is for known job additions that we've already seen starting to take place in FY26, rather than speculative job increases that we hope will happen. So we think this is actually likely a conservative estimate. Now, on the net profit side, we've actually seen fairly strong revenues over the last few years. FY25 reached the equivalent of 8.9 million, and we've seen similar numbers in years prior to that. Now, most of this revenue actually comes in Q3, so for FY26, we don't have full data yet, but everything we've seen so far has actually said that we should be at least as good as 25. So because of that, we've set our 27 budget to, again, 8.9 million, consistent with that 25 actual. All right, next slide. There we go. All right, so property tax, which is the second largest revenue source at about 1/5 of the total revenues. For FY27, it's projected to be 43.8 million, down about 1.6 million from the FY26 budget. So first things first, there is no proposed change to the tax rates for FY27. The bifurcated rates, which were established in 26, those rates that set separate rates for residential versus non-residential, those are being maintained going into 27. So now while those rates are staying the same, the tax base itself has gone down quite a bit since since the 26 budget was created. So obviously, if you don't change the rates to offset that, you collect less revenue in FY27. Now to kind of jump back to last year, when one, Newcastle County provided their initial assessment data, and two, when the city was building the 26 budget, the county had given the city assessment data of around 13.3 billion, which is about 9.9 billion when you take off the exempt properties. Now, subsequent to that, the county gave property owners several months to appeal their assessments to the county. And those have now sort of slowly worked their way through the county's review process. But as of Q2, we're already seeing a noticeable effect to the assessed values. So when you take a look at the assessed values now, net of exemptions, we've dropped to 9.6 billion, a $315 million loss in assessed value. And while that will mean that property owners are going to see lower bills, it also means the city will lose about $770,000 in revenue relative to where we thought we would be under the 26 budget. And those are known losses. We're already seeing those happen in 26. Beyond that, as of Q2, there are also around 900 additional properties that have outstanding appeals with Newcastle County. The county hasn't stipulated revised assessments for roughly 80% of those. So the exact revenue impact is still unknown, but assuming that those properties get appeals and are approved at roughly the similar rate to the properties that we have seen actually get approved on their appeals, we would expect to lose another $957,000. Put those two together, and now you're talking $1.7 million. If you wanted to get us back to where we were in 26, or ultimately if you wanted to get us back to the pre-assessment reassessment revenues, we would need a 4% tax increase. That's both residential and non-residential. So all that said, the mayor's office is still continuing to look into a targeted program to review the assessed values of those neighborhoods that were heavily impacted by the reassessment. But the revenue impacts of that, at least at this time, are still unknown, so they're not built into this projection. And obviously, as that process goes on, we would review those impacts and make sure everyone's informed. And then last, penalty and interest. That's $1.4 million. It's being restored after it was waived in '26. And that 1.4 is roughly consistent with prior years. All right, next slide. So other taxes. All right, so other taxes, which is franchise fees, head tax, real estate transfer, which are the sale of properties in the city. Those are collectively up about $600,000 relative to last year. For head tax, we're projecting will be $3.2 million, which is an increase of about $190,000. That's equal to the Q2 WEFAC projection, and it reflects that continued improved tax payments by a major employer after several years of non-payment. So looking good there. Now on the residential transfer side, here's a place where we've continued to see really strong revenues. Our FY25 actuals were nearly $4 million, and FY26 is trending to about 4.2. For '27, we have a model that we use that assumes some modest housing price growth, along with declines in mortgage rates. What that gives us when reduced by a standard deviation, again, we're trying to be conservative, so when we take that standard deviation off, that gives us a total of about $4.2 million, which is $400,000 up from last year's budget. But again, it's pretty consistent with what we're seeing in Q2 WEFAC. Now, on the other hand, commercial transfers right now are actually down in '26. The driver here may be, at least in part, uncertainty regarding the reassessments. Though, whatever that driver is, we don't expect that that's going to be permanent. These revenues tend to average about $1.7 million a year. So, going forward, we've brought them back to that sort of historically normal level. And then finally, the franchise fees are expected to be effectively flat, which is based on the WEFAC projections. Next slide. Okay, licenses, permits, and fees. In total, we're projecting to be nearly $3 million up, budget to budget. And the biggest part of this is EMS. So those EMS medical insurance fees are projected to be $2.8 million up relative to last year's budget, and a bit over $400,000 up relative to the WEFAC projection. So again, to take this back to last year, when the city originally brought this in-house and we began billing for ambulance services, there was some uncertainty as to what the level of service utilization would be, and we were also, uncertain as to what the associated insurance billing revenues would be, given that we had at the time pretty limited data. So consequently, when we built that budget, it was conservatively built on budget projections and service data that was provided by Trinity Health, the former EMS provider. That meant that for '26, we had a budget of about $2.5 million. But even at the time, we thought there was some possibility that down the line that might grow to $4 million or more. Well, now we've got a year's worth of experience providing EMS services. And what we've seen is that the city's revenues are far stronger than what Trinity Health was receiving. We're now projecting '26 revenues of $4.8 million, which is about $2.3 million up from the budget. And going into '27, Specklin, who's the city's EMS contractor, projects we'll get another $437,000 in future growth. This is mainly driven by the fact that we're now fully certified for Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial insurers. What that gets us to is a total of nearly $5.3 million in FY27. And while we discussed this a little bit earlier, I do think it is important to mention that with all this additional EMS revenue coming in, it still does not fully cover the cost of EMS services. And to be clear, EMS revenues are general fund revenues, so they're not directly applied against those EMS costs. And for '27, we're looking at EMS costs of about $5.4 million. And that's inclusive of those 12 additional firefighters. But when you net those two out, it means that EMS isn't a financial net positive. We're still continuing to subsidize those operations. Aside from that, in licenses, permits, and fees, we have business license, which is up $278,000. That's mainly driven by some improved enforcement of licenses by the Department of Licenses and Inspections, and that's equivalent to the Q2 WEFAC projection. Inversely, our permits are a bit down, 136. And what this really reflects is that our permits have been historically high for the last few years as we've seen some pretty strong development in the city, and we've seen those permit fees come in. We don't assume that will last forever, so it starts to pare its way down, or going into next year. And finally, fees are budgeted to be up $82,000, driven by a couple of smaller items, parking meter fees and property maintenance fees, which are trending a bit above budget this year. Next slide. Fines. All right, so we've talked a little bit about this one already, but fines are budgeted to be down about $2 million. Budget to budget. The single largest change here are those red light revenues, which are down $2 million from the budget and $300,000 from the WEFAC projection. So as we talked about, prior to 25, FY25, these were about 4.4 million, but beginning in 25, we saw those revenues drop off. And we've seen that go down to about 2.3 million in 25, and looks like it's trending to about 2.4 million in 26. There have been a few different issues that have been causing this, including some software problems, but the single biggest driver of this is cameras being offline, and that's been the issue that we've been seeing in 26. So obviously, the mayor's office, finance have been looking into this. Finance is currently working with our red light vendor to make sure that those repairs do happen on those down cameras. But that process is going to be ongoing into 25. So, because we don't expect this to be resolved in the immediate term, we've conservatively continued those losses forward. Obviously, if that does get fixed sooner, we should see some of that revenue coming back, but we would not expect that to come back fully in FY27. Now, beyond that, even if that revenue does come back, we're still going to see prior year losses from tickets not being issued. As Director Taylor mentioned, roughly half of tickets are paid a year or more after they get issued. So what that means is that even if we lose collections in this year, we're not going to get them in the future either. So presumably we'll be losing that going forward into 27, 28, 29. For 27, it's worth about $300,000. Now on the parking side, we are actually roughly flat. Looking relatively good compared to where we expect to be, just down slightly compared to our projections. The projections going forward are matching that Q2 WEFAC projection, similar to the criminal fines, again matching Q2 WEFAC, just down slightly. Now, instant tickets, on the other hand, we actually do have some growth here. It's up $213,000. The sort of base instant ticket revenues are actually expected to be about flat, which is consistent with what we've seen in the past. The big increase here is to L&I civil penalty revenues. Previously, these were pretty low, and in the last couple of years, they've actually become sizable enough for us to start including them in our budget projections. The driver here really appears to be stronger enforcement from L&I. For FY25, we've seen actuals of about $180,000, and for 26, it looks like they'll actually probably be a bit better than that. For 27, we're going to be conservative and assume it hits that FY25 level, but there actually may be a bit of room to grow on those civil penalty revenues. Right. Interest. Okay, so interest, which is the earnings from investing the city's cash balances, it's projected to be nearly $5 million for FY26. That's down about $200,000 from the budget. So, as you can see on that table there, as the rates came back going into 24, we actually made very good interest revenues, approaching $10 million. But obviously now that those rates have started to come down and the Fed has started to pull back on them, we've seen that number decrease. So for FY26, we projected that our interest rates would be around 3.3%. That was based on estimates from the Federal Reserve. But since they've been slower in reducing those rates during FY26, we're actually looking a little better than where we projected. So as of Q2, we're earning about 3.8% annualized. Now, going into FY27, again, it's a very dynamic environment right now. So we've got some potentially counteracting risks of inflation on one side, economic slowdown on the other. It makes predicting those interest rates pretty complicated. What we do for our budget is we take data, one from the treasurer about the interest we are actually currently earning, and when we look forward, we look at what the Federal Reserve itself is saying interest rates are going to be, what their plans are. So they assume rates are falling further going into 27, averaging out to about 3.16%. On top of that, we assume some burn down of the city's fund balance, along with spending of its capital borrowing. That gets us to that $5 million interest earning. All right, next slide. Other revenues, which is approaching 11 million, up almost 500,000. A few things here. This is indirect costs, general government charges, rentals, a few other smaller miscellaneous revenues. So rentals and concessions are projected to be flat, consistent with what we're seeing in 26. General government charges are down slightly. This is due to a number of smaller items, false alarm reduction fees, accident forms, some pretty small things like that. And then finally, indirect costs, which are budgeted to increase by 549,000. So as we discussed, these are the charges to reimburse the general fund for the costs it incurs supporting the city's water, sewer, and stormwater utilities. So for example, that includes stuff like HR, legal, IT, budgeting. These are the sort of things that aren't directly included in the water sewer fund. So for in FY26, Black & Veatch performed a new citywide cost allocation study. So they met with each of the departments, they reviewed their operations, and they provided the city with an updated cost allocation model. We then took this model, updated it with FY27 expenditure data, and used that to create the value you see here, which is up 549,000. All right, next slide. Okay, task force revenues. So in total, these are up 1.6 million budget to budget, and about 800,000 relative to the WEFAC projection. The single biggest things here are the corporate filing tax, which is up over 500,000 budget to budget, and the LLC filing tax, up 800,000. Both of these revenues have been really strong in FY26, which is continuing the strength we've seen over the last few years. And again, that sort of reflects the strong corporate activity that we've seen going on in Delaware. Our FY27 takes that Q2 WEFAC projection plus some of the additional growth we've continued to see post-WEFAC. We expect that to continue forward into 27 and then flatten out, matching DFAC's projections. So beyond that, we've also got a bit of growth in lodging tax. Really what you're seeing there is growth that's occurred in 26, plus a little bit more going into 27. It's based on historical trending and fairly consistent with what we've seen in the past. Same thing with natural gas tax, which is projected to increase 76,000, and that's based on historical trending. All right, county seat relief. So here we're up 1.5 million to a new total of just under 14.5 million. Again, the big drivers are the corporate filing fees. So NCC corporate filing fees and UCC filing fees, collectively up about 1.2 million. So much like those task force revenues, we've seen really strong filing fees revenues in FY26, continuing the strong revenues we saw in 25. We assume that baseline strength continues into 27 and then flattens out, which is again consistent with what DFAC is projecting. Now, the pilot, which is the payment in lieu of taxes on what would be tax-exempt properties in the city, we're expecting that to be 3.6 million, which is an increase of about 255,000. That's equal to the pilot that we got in '26. And then finally, the statutory trust is capped at $1 million. All right, so that's it for the general fund. So moving on to water sewer. Now, there's going to be an in-depth presentation on this on April 29th. So for tonight, I'm only going to be giving a high-level overview. So for FY27, the water sewer fund revenue is projected to be $105.7 million. That's up $5.7 million relative to last year's budget. Now, similar to the general fund, this has been reviewed and approved by WEFAC. Now, one thing that came up with Director Taylor just a moment ago, and I do think this is really important to mention here, is that the revenues we're talking about for the water sewer fund are on a full accrual basis, which is how we have to budget the water sewer, which is how we have to, present the water sewer budget in order to be compliant with generally accepted accounting principles. What that means is that certain cash outlays, for example, like principal payments, aren't included on the expenditure side, and also revenues are handled differently. So, for example, the budget includes those that, accounts receivables, rather than just cash that's in the door. In practice, that means that the water sewer fund can appear to have a revenue to expenditure surplus in the budget, but it might not actually be bringing in enough cash to cover its actual costs. So for FY27, we're looking at an approximately $5.4 million surplus on an accrual basis, meaning the budget I'm presenting here, but about a $900,000 operating deficit on a cash basis. So obviously a lot to unpack on that, but Black and Veatch will go into some more details during their presentation, so they'll be able to show you where those cash numbers are coming from. And finally, just the last difference between the general fund and the water sewer fund is that on the water sewer side, the water sewer fund's revenues consist of charges to customers. So unlike the general fund, the water fund isn't paid for with taxes. And here you can see that breakout of where the water sewer fund gets its revenues. The vast majority, 67%, comes from those direct charges to consumers. So that's those sewer charges, those inside city water, and those outside city water charges. The rest of it is made up of Newcastle County sewer charges and stormwater billings. All right, next slide. All right, so water sewer user fees, which are by far the single biggest component of the water sewer fund. For FY27, they're budgeted at $70.9 million, which is up nearly $5 million from the FY26 budget, or a little over $6 million from the FY26 projection. So to begin, the base revenue from user fees, and this is independent of any rate changes, is up about $270,000 compared to last year's projection. Where we get this number is from Black and Veatch, who provides us consumption estimates. And this is inclusive of that 5.5% rate increase that was built into FY26, along with accrual adjustments. And added to that is a change to the sewer factor. So since the city doesn't directly meter sewer usage, sewer charges for inside city customers are based on a defined ratio relative to their water charges. Broadly, this ratio is determined by the cost of the projected sewer expenditures compared to the cost of water expenditures, which means that if those two things change, and that relative cost between the two changes, so does the sewer factor. What that means for FY27 is that the sewer factor is changing from 73.15% to 74%, meaning that for every $10 in water charges, a customer pays $7.40 in sewer charges. So total revenue associated with that change is about $160,000. And for the typical inside city customer, meaning someone who uses about 4,000 gallons per month, that's equivalent to an additional 35 cents per month, or about $4.20 per year. And Black and Veatch will be going into a bit more detail about where those numbers came from. Now, on top of that base estimate, the budget also includes the proposed impact of a 9.95% rate increase for inside city, outside city, and sewer users. Combined, that yields about $6 million in additional revenue, net of bad debt. And to put that into context, so for your typical inside city residential customer, that's equivalent to a $7.36 increase per month, or about $88 per year. And again, that's inclusive of that sewer factor change. And finally, the projection has a $3.5 million offset for bad debt, which is up about $1.6 million from the FY26 budget. This was the result of increasing the bad debt ratio from 3% to 5%, which is consistent with what we've been seeing over the last few years. All right, next slide, stormwater billings. All right, so stormwater billings are based on the stormwater property fee, which is charged to property owners in the city. This isn't driven by consumption, but it's instead based on the size of the property and the characteristics of that property. For FY27, there's a 9.95% budgeted rate increase for stormwater. That's expected to yield about $956,000 in additional revenue. For your average customer, that's a 59-cent per month increase, or a little over $7 per year. And finally, there's no change to the bad debt ratio for stormwater, since it was already at 5% last year. Next slide. All right, and finally we come to Newcastle County Sewer Services. This is the revenue the city gets from its treatment of sewage from Newcastle County and the associated contract for that treatment. So for FY27, we're expecting it to be up about $152,000 from last year's budget. That's based on estimates provided by Black & Veatch. And again, they can go into further detail on that during their presentation. Right, that's the last slide I have on the water sewer fund.
Okay. Well, thank you for that overview of the revenue projections. A lot of numbers.
I agree.
You did a great job, though, keeping everybody engaged. So thank you for that. So right now, I am going to ask any of the council. Ms. Bass-Knight has a question first before I push it out to the council members.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If we can put back up slide number 1, and this here is I guess it's more of a clarifying question, or more
Sure.
just a clarifying comment, just in general. You know, so council is aware of the amount of money that's in the tax stabilization, the $73.7 million, as well as council is aware of using the $1.7 million of the tax stabilization reserve to balance, the budget. And council also understands the purpose of the tax stabilization reserve. But also, we realize that the 5-year projections show a deficit from fiscal year 28, 29, 30, and 31. Which, I know it's mentioned here about there's no assumption that the economy goes into a recession in fiscal year 27. And it's stated here that, our expenditures, we know that expenditures is far outpacing, revenues. So, it's just more of a comment is that, if the growth of the expenditures of the budget is continually outpacing revenues, at what point, would things be done differently? If that means, doing something differently on the expenditure side or doing something differently on the revenue side. I know that Chairwoman Harley in one of the WEFAC meetings, I know she mentioned to Chairman Chopa about having some type of subcommittee or task force to look at different revenue options. So, I'm just sharing that as a comment, just also just regarding just the concerns with the 5-year projection and knowing those, shortfalls are coming and that they're real. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Mr. Winkler? Or,
No, absolutely. I mean, I think I agree with everything you said there.
Okay.
Obviously, we pay pretty close attention to that 5-year projection that we do. We've seen those, expenditures outpacing the revenue. So obviously, there are, challenging decisions ahead in the next few years about how that's handled.
Yes.
okay.
I'll have to wait after you done.
All right, Mr. Winkler, one of the points that I wanted to make is that we have been hearing a lot of questions regarding, when we look at our expenditures or outpacing our revenues, and we have decided to go into our tax stabilization fund to get the 24 million out, et cetera. Can you speak to how, the rationale in terms of how we determine some of those decisions? So for an example, the mindset behind the return of investment possibly, or just where do you, how would you respond to that? Again, I'm gonna just put it out there because I constantly keep hearing, that narrative coming back. So maybe you can speak to that somewhat in terms of the city's philosophy, in terms of when they decide when they will go into the tax stabilization fund and make some of these decisions.
If you wouldn't mind, Chairwoman?
Yes.
Certainly. So OMB is kind of outside that type of decision making, other than whether or not we have enough money in the tax stabilization reserve to do something like this. So, they can certainly tell us how much is there, whether it meets appropriate thresholds, but whether or not the rationale behind it would certainly be more of a policy decision, which would come from the mayor's office. And I think that Chief of Staff Cade covered that pretty well during the mayor's office budget hearing.
Okay. He did, and since we were talking about projections and all these dollars, again, I just figured, if there was any additional information you wanted to add.
And absolutely on the revenue side, we do modeling showing what would happen if we did certain tax increases or changes to revenues. But again, when going back to that pie chart, there just aren't many levers available in the immediate sense outside of property tax. Fines, fees don't make up a large portion of the city's revenue in total, and we're bound to roughly a third of our revenue being from the state. So we can't really change that either. And wage tax is entirely driven by the economy. Again, there's long-term investments you can make to grow that, but in the near term, there's not much that can really be done. So few levers to pull, and ultimately those become
Yeah. I think annexation is one. We have to start really having that conversation more, and I know that the mayor is on his radar in terms of annexation, in terms of how can we expand our boundaries to bring in more revenues, and also policies in terms of our wage taxes, increasing that percentage rate that we get from the wage taxes and also the county seat. As it was mentioned in this projection, I think that's, we have to start thinking outside the box, basically. And that's one of the reasons why I had asked Chairman over WEFAC about getting together and us possibly pulling together a task team to talk about, brainstorm how we can pull in more revenue for the city of Wilmington, because as we can see, we're constantly being asked to put money out for a number of services. So, at the end of the day, we definitely, we just have to come up with more revenue. And so we have to think outside the box. Yep. So Vice Chair Bracy, and then Councilmember Hackey.
Two quick questions. Two quick questions, and this may be for Deputy Chief of Staff, I'm not sure. On the wage tax, wage and net profits slide, where you talked about the 4% growth in taxable wages, and you were explaining what you include in that. Were you including, and I know you mentioned you were looking at the jobs, you counted the jobs that were already here, not necessarily that are coming, that are projected to come. So just to be clear, we're not counting the inside jobs that because we were expecting one number and now that's going to be significantly decreased. So we're not counting that in our wage tax.
That's correct.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
we again, like for many of these projections, we try to be conservative. We try to avoid putting in things that, we aren't certain we will get. So we do show some actual employment growth. That's at $438,000, but those are for jobs we have already seen come in 26.
Okay.
The rest of this is built on assumptions on growth in existing employers.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Okay. So then the next question I had was around property tax. And again, I'm not sure if you'll have this off the top of your head or who would have this answer. But there was $950,000 in estimated losses due to outstanding appeals is what we're estimating. Do we know the percentage of residential versus non-residential appeals? Like, is this we're getting hit with a lot? I know we're getting hit with a lot of commercial property appeals, but do we have an idea of what the percentage breakdown is?
I believe if it's roughly, I'm pulling this up right now so I can try to get you a number here, but it's roughly about, in terms of value, roughly 80% commercial, 20%, I'm sorry, let me clarify that again. Because I don't want to get you the wrong number.
Okay.
Yeah, roughly 70% non-residential and roughly 30% residential. Now, that's not the absolute number of appeals. In terms of number of appeals, it is vastly on the residential side. But most of those are fairly small in terms of actual revenue. Where the real dollars are is the commercial properties. So you have a small number of commercial properties that drive the majority of that cost reduction or that revenue reduction.
Got it. So we are seeing a significant amount of residential appeals coming through the process.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
just their dollar amounts are smaller, so it doesn't, so the losses that we're seeing are on the commercial, majority commercial.
That's correct.
It's not as much of an impact on the, okay, that makes sense.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hackett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question, just so I can understand. I think Marshall hit on it. We're going, our revenues is, not competing with our expenditures. And just want to figure out, like, in the system that we have in place today, I think we talked about this earlier, we are getting ready to invest maybe $16 million in housing. Does that also get implemented into our projections, or that's something that is too
Yes.
far down the line?
Yeah, so obviously we're aware of it.
Yeah.
That doesn't have a direct impact on the revenues per se, but it does obviously reduce the fund balance. So when we look at where our 5-year goes, when we look into those out years, yes, I mean we assume that money does get spent down.
And just a follow-up,
Future wage tax and property
yeah, I'm saying
tax.
wage.
Oh,
and property,
certainly.
Return
that's
on
what I'm.
investment.
You're talking about return.
Yes,
So that's not something that we've done yet in our 5-year projections.
got you.
But that is something we would look at as we go into doing our next set of out-year projections. Yeah, certainly we would be trying to determine something to build in for that.
Okay, I only wonder now because we make the investment now, so trying to figure out what does the return on investment look like in the future, so that we could talk about it. And then, my next question is involved around the speed cameras. So is that also implemented into the potential revenue for this FY budget if we do get the cameras online?
No, so that isn't in the FY2027 budget.
And did you mean red light cameras or speed
Oh,
cameras?
red light, yeah, red light cam. Only saying because
Oh, okay.
we're getting ready. He said they would be online before the budget. So
So for the moment, no. that is the kind of thing that we would re-review as we see those improvements get made.
Got you. Okay, now I only ask because we talked about that's about 2.4 million, so we look at that opportunity, and then maybe like Deputy Merkler said, there's a possibility that we might not even need to use our tax stabilization for the 1.7 million.
Yeah, and we certainly know there'll be some reductions since, we don't expect those to come back 100% going into 27, and you've still got those prior year losses from the collections that occur multiple years later. Those are going to happen independent of even if we turn all the cameras back on. It's roughly $300,000. But yeah, ideally, we see those cameras come back on sooner. We start collecting more of that revenue, even in 26 into 27. But that's something we would continue to keep an eye on as we go into 27.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Director, it's good to see you again. I think I asked this question last year, and I'm going to bring it up again. Under our franchise freeze, I guess that's slide 5, the Delmarva Electric franchise fee, it says that it's flat. But from my understanding, that is a 2% gross revenue. We get 2% of their gross revenues of electric that they sell in the city of Wilmington, correct?
The finance director might be able to correct me on this one, but I believe that is just on the transmission. So, yeah, so it's roughly flat since the transmission doesn't really change much. We did see that revenue come up a couple years ago. There was an audit done that determined that they actually owed us more money, and that has continued to come in. So in that sense, yes, we are looking better than we once were, but year over year, it's still roughly flat.
So, follow up.
Sure.
So that's not the delivery fee, even though it's the transmission fee?
I'd have to look into whether
Okay.
the delivery fee is in there,
I
yeah.
just, because again, their revenues, their overall income has continued to go up on the backs of a lot of residents here in the city of Wilmington. So they should have to pay their fair share back to the city of Wilmington. And that could be another way that we could expand revenue, because I think here it has it projected as, I think, where is it? A little over 10 million, which is 4.8 of total, but I guess that's all taxes together.
Yeah, it's about 900,000 in
900,
total.
okay. That's it, Madam
All
Chair.
right. Okay. Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on what Councilman Owens was saying, if delivery has anything to do with transmission, I know my delivery charge has gone up like 3 times, maybe 6 times. So if that's happening across the board, it seems like there would be a big bump in like transmission or delivery.
We can look into that.
So, but that's just a follow-up. But my question is in terms of red light cameras, I and some other council members and residents have had this big concern about the city's reliance on fines and fees to close budget holes. So I was just a little bit concerned about talking about red light cameras being the solution to the budget hole that we're looking at, because we never want to be using cameras to drive revenue when they're supposed to be about safety. So I guess my question is, has there been any effort to do a safety study before bringing back all these red light cameras? I mean, Wilmington has this huge concentration of red light cameras. I think we have around 40 red light cameras for a city our size. That's a lot higher per driver than most cities. And so I just want to make sure we haven't like oversaturated our city with red light cameras for revenue, but not for like safety. So has there been any effort to do a study of like what happened to the number of crashes comparing when we had the red light cameras up to when we don't have the red light cameras up? Because we've had this big period of downed red light cameras. It might be good to like compare and make sure that our red light cameras are really serving the purpose of like promoting like, safer intersections, not just like generating revenue.
Director.
At this point, I'm going to be Mr. Red Light. Mr. Red Light Camera. Actually, we take safety data from DelDOT at those intersections every year, and we put it into the red light camera report. So you can see year over year where the crash data either goes up or down, and you can see over time whether there's any reduction. The thing about red lights is it's kind of counterintuitive, right? It's not a revenue program. If everybody drove correctly and did not run red lights, we wouldn't have a lot of red light camera revenue. So we watch that safety data. There are some red light cameras that historically do not show a lot of activity, right? But there's ones that show a lot of activity. But we verify every year. We actually use DelDOT's data, not our own data, DelDOT's data to determine that. And that's really the only data that you would have to make those comparisons.
Thank you.
Okay, well, maybe we can follow up about comparing to see if there's any impact of the red light cameras on crashes. But my...
If I could just address that.
Sure.
In the red light camera program, in the report, it does make a distinction between the types of crashes. So while there may be rear end crashes, right? Everybody complains about, well, I can't stop in time, there's rear end crashes. What we have seen is a significant reduction in T-bone crashes, which are in which individuals sustain much more serious injury. So
yeah,
so
maybe,
you can
maybe we
see
get
those
a copy
distinctions.
Of those. Yeah, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, could I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So my other question is about the revenue projections related to property taxes. And, just looking at some of the history, it seems like in 2017, the city collected about 39 million in property taxes. And one thing I'm really concerned about is just that property taxes for the next year's budget is down from like last year, which you never want to, it's down quite a bit. It's down like 1.5 million. And then also, it's not up that much since 2017. I mean, it's up by 5 million since 2017, but property taxes being up overall by 5 million since 2017. It seems like a long time ago, 2017. And there's been so much development in the city since 2017, because one of the other budgets said there's been about 2 billion in building permits since 2017. So I did the math for building permits times the residential rate and building permits times the commercial rate. And if you were collecting taxes on those building permits at the residential rate, it would be about 7.5 million more than 2017. And if you were collecting it on the commercial rate, it'd be about 11 million more than 2017, just on 2 billion. Like if you're just collecting property taxes on $2 billion in building permits. So I guess my question is where do you think that property tax revenue has gone?
I am pulling up those numbers. So without being able to, see what's underlying all those permits, it's kind of difficult to say exactly what those are related to. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers at the time to get a good sense of that. Now, one thing it's worth noting, because we have not done any sort of reassessment, there really naturally is not going to be dramatic growth in property tax values other than new properties coming on. And many new properties coming on will have several years of property tax exemptions, which we do model. We model as those roll on and as they roll off. So you will actually see growth in most years as properties roll off of those exemptions. We have that built into this year as well. Unfortunately, the big driver this year, when this goes down, is simply that so many people have had appeals, that it's driving the whole base down, and without a change to the rates, there's simply no way to make up that loss.
Just as a follow-up, Madam Chair.
One more.
Okay, it just seems like, the base has grown quite a bit in value with all the new development, but we haven't seen a lot of new revenue. So I would just think that we should look more closely at, again, I've been a big advocate for this property tax assessment. Has really made it difficult for the city budget, and I think these numbers reflect that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Council Member Owens.
Yes, I just have a quick question about the county seat relief. The statutory trust filing fee, which is capped at $1 million, and it says it hasn't changed in prior years. Who is responsible for putting that cap on, and why is the cap there?
That is the state.
The state?
So, yes, that goes back to when that was originally created. So that would require action on the state side to change that cap or remove that cap.
Okay, follow up.
Yes.
Has it, in your time in the office, have we asked them to change that so that we can bring in more revenue at all? And with WEFAC, do y'all look at other, like, cities our size of, like, how they've created new revenue as well, too? And then, or maybe that's not y'all, that's...
No, certainly we are looking at, what other cities do. Obviously, we're limited by, what our charter lets us do, what home rule lets us do, and what the state will let us do. As to the statutory trust, I'm unaware of us asking for it in the past. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just personally unaware of it. I know those are obviously revenues that we're looking at, especially with what we've seen in the last couple of years. We did see some of those revenues, not the statutory trust, but some of those revenues were actually doubled 2 years ago. And they've continued to grow pretty significantly in the last couple of years. So we obviously have worked with the state to grow those revenues. Unfortunately, statutory trust was not one of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, before we move on, do we have anyone from the public that would like to make a comment? Okay, well, if not, Mr. Director Winkler, I would like to thank you and Director Taylor and Deputy Chief Mergler and Greco, your whole team, for sharing on tonight. And if there's any follow-up from anyone from the public or any council members, we're going to ask that you provide that information to Ms. Bassnight. And so at this time, we are going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to ask that everyone be back by 7:35. Thank you. Good evening, honorable members of council. Chief of Staff for Mayor Carney, Saran Cade. Chief of Staff Simmons, Deputy Chief of Staff Mayor Carney, Stephanie Mergler. Financial Controller, Legislative Admin Assistant Ajay English, and Department Heads, Office of Management and Budget, Finance Director Taylor, Deputy Finance Director McLaughlin, and members of the public. I'm calling to order the Finance Committee budget hearing for the Finance Department as we are just resuming from a break. I would first like to start by recognizing members of the Finance Committee that are in attendance this evening by doing a roll call. Councilmember Darby, Councilmember Oliver, Vice Chair Bracy, Councilmember Hackett, Councilmember Spadola, and President Congo. I would also like to recognize any other council members present. Councilmember Owens,
Present.
Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Willard,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Field, and Councilmember McCoy. First, I would like to inform everyone that public comments will be asked at the end of each department's budget hearing and that we look forward for participation from the public. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. If there is any follow-up information during any of the budget hearings, Ms. Bass-Knight will track and follow up on those requests. The budget hearings are limited due to time constraints, and I ask if we all could be mindful and respectful of time. All budget questions should be a fiscal budgetary matter only and will be limited based upon time limitations. I ask that if my colleagues have any questions, please raise your hand. It is intended for each department to present, then questions will be slated. I now turn it over to Mr. Hayford, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, to provide a financial overview, then followed by Director Taylor, as well as for a question and answer session with council. This hearing is tentatively slated for 90 minutes. Mr. Hayford.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Honorable members of City Council. This evening, I would like to present the FY2027 proposed Finance Department budget on behalf of the Office of Management and Budget. Next slide. Can they change the? Thank you. Okay. The department's proposed budget request, which includes the general and water source funds, is $22.9 million. Next slide, please. The proposed general fund budget request is approximately $12.3 million, representing an increase over $1 million, or 9.1% compared to the original FY 2026 budget. Next slide, please. Here are the changes in personal services. Regular salaries increased by approximately $175,000, mainly due to cost of living adjustment and anniversary step increases. This change also reflects position upgrades for the billing clerk and billing manager, as well as salary increases for the deputy director and senior financial officer. All of these positions are spread funded with the water source fund. Next slide, please. MS&E in the general fund increased a net total of about $434,000, or 8.5%. Here are the various account changes. Workshops, seminars, and training increased by $56,000, largely due to the addition of management training to support the transition to the new ERP system. Temporary agencies decreased by $130,000, as the department will rely more on its internal staff for collections. Collection expense, legal, sheriff seal, and other increased by $60,000 to reflect rising costs associated with sheriff seals, particularly the need to secure effective legal representation to support collection efforts. Collection expenses, parking citations, commissions increased by about $115,000 because of higher contract fees associated with the vendor agreement, including a camera system upgrade. Collection expense, red light commissions increased by $142,000 to cover expenses related to traffic management and monitoring system, as well as costs associated with the DMV red light registration hold program. Other non-capitalized equipment increased by $150,000 due to the implementation of the new license plate recognition program. Debt service increased by over $216,000, primarily reflecting principal and interest payments associated with the new bond issuance for the utility billing customer information system. Next slide, please. Moving on to the water sewer fund, the department budget request is about $10.6 million, representing an increase of about $1.2 million or 12.6% compared to the original FY2026 budget. Next slide, please. Here are the personal services changes. Personal services decreased by a net 1 FTE, generating over $116,000 in savings. The reduction reflects the elimination of a billing analyst position. Regular salaries increased by $31,000, mainly due to cost of living adjustment and anniversary step increases. This change also reflects position upgrades for the billing clerk and billing manager, as well as salary increases for the deputy director and senior financial officer. All of these positions are spread funded with the general fund. Next slide, please. MS&E increased a net total of about $760,000, or 12.8%. Here are some of the major funding changes. Workshops, seminars, and training costs increased by $51,000, primarily driven by expanded management training efforts to support the transition to the new ERP system. Using the new Enquesta billing system enabled a $30,000 reduction in printing costs. Miscellaneous charges, NOC, increased by $290,000 to fund the design and development of a data warehouse that will store, manage, and analyze large volumes of historical data from multiple sources. Contracted maintenance services increased by over $149,000, primarily driven by maintenance costs for the utility billing system and its associated support software. Finally, indirect costs increased by about $266,000 based on the recently updated indirect cost model developed by Black & Veatch. This concludes my presentation, and I return the floor back to the chair. Thank you.
Okay. So, who, Director Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of you who are just joining us, my name is Brett Taylor. I am the Director of Finance for the City of Wilmington. I'd like to go through and discuss our upcoming 2027 budget. Our first slide. Our mission statement is excellence in financial management, and the department safeguards the City of Wilmington's financial integrity by delivering exceptional accounting services, responsive customer service, and sound financial stewardship. Next slide. Our vision statement has remained the same, at least since I've been here. We want to transform community engagement and customer service to empower residents in accessing City of Wilmington resources. ensure robust accounting practices with strong quality control for financial integrity, direct collection processes to maximize revenue generation, and to implement best practices to revolutionize business processes and enhance data management with new technology. Next slide. What we've done is we've put together some performance metrics just to kind of give you a sense of the size, breadth, and width of what we do. We do over 1.2 to 1.3 million transactions a year. Well, our responsibility is to account for all the revenue that is coming in, to bill out for services, including the water utility on a monthly basis, to collect that revenue and to account for it, as well as provide accounts payable transaction services. These are to make sure that our vendors are all paid. Likewise, we prepare contracts for all the departments in the city. We also operate the parking enforcement program. We facilitate the allocation or issuance of debt, and we also provide technology services. We are kind of the main holder of much of the technology that's going on, including the Munis system with respect to the financial services system, as well as our Encuesta customer information system. We continue to expand our technology to keep up to date with the industry standards, and becoming more efficient, it'll allow us to collect more revenue and make sure that we make payments on a timely basis. So as you can see here, we have a lot of transactions going on. We also work with the auditors, as we discussed earlier this evening, to make sure that we are adhering to generally accepted accounting principles and meeting government accountability standards boards compliance with our with government accounting regulations. So we have a lot of operating parts. We have 6 divisions. We provide not only customer services, but also internal controls and accounting services for the city. We'd be happy to go to a Q&A. If you'd like me to begin, I'll just begin answering the questions.
I will move into that in 1 minute. You said you have 6 divisions or areas?
We actually have, it's 6 divisions plus 2 units, correct? Right? So we have accounting.
Okay.
I'm going to probably forget these, right? We have revenue, our customer service center, accounting, account services, procurement,
Central cash.
administration, billing, parking enforcement, and earning income tax services. So we have 6 divisions and 2 operating departments, units.
Okay. All right. We're going to jump into the questions. All right. So question number 1, understanding the 5-year revenue and expenditure projections show expenditures for outpacing revenues for FY27 to FY30, and FY27 general fund proposed budget uses $25.7 million of the tax stabilization fund. Can you please share suggestions for 1% reduction to your budget, excluding debt services, internal services, pension, and hospitalization? And I ask the questions for the sake of the public.
Oh, absolutely. Going into the budget preparation, the administration has reviewed and developed the budget as presented. During the course of the budget preparation, reductions were incorporated. Any further reductions would have detrimental effects on services to customers and the recouping of revenue to support the budget. We feel that our budget is right-sized for the services that we provide.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move right in.
I'm sorry, can there be a further clarification question? I mean,
Okay.
just for the intent of the question, so it can be understood. I mean, so that won't be like a customary response for all departments, because that's not the intent of the question. Meaning, we realize that departments have, meet with the budget office as well as the mayor's office, and, as they're putting together their budget. But this here was a genuine question for council to gather understanding of what a 1% reduction could be from the budget, realizing that as administration and the departments are putting their budget together, that they do look at those. But council was just asking for some possible suggestions. And I just feel as though, we just don't want to get that same response from all departments. Just want to state that for clarification. For the question, it probably could be more addressed to, to the administration.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to question number 2. While understanding the city previously referred to the fund balance as the unassigned fund balance, and now per ordinance 18-045, the tax stabilization reserve fund was created to establish future tax stabilization for the general fund, and ordinance 22-038 established the parameters such as appropriations may be made from the tax stabilization reserve as necessary in order to pay city obligations, and limit the need to increase taxes when authorized by city council by ordinance, with exception of pension, debt service, and the true agreement with Newcastle County for the wastewater treatment plant. Can you please share if there is a city policy for replenishing if the reserve was to get below a certain amount?
There is no official policy for the replenishment of the fund balance or tax stabilization reserve. However, we follow guidelines established by the bond rating agencies to maintain a 25% total fund balance relative to revenue in order to meet unanticipated reductions in revenue during the year.
Okay. Now, Director, you can answer A through F and just say each letter as you respond.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Question number 2, with regard to the $20 million. This is the first time the establishment of the tax stabilization reserve in 2018 that we've had a sufficient fund balance to allocate $20 million or more for budget purposes and still maintain over 25% in total fund balance. Okay. Item number B, when the last time the city did a property tax increase, the last time we had a property tax increase was 2023 of 6%. While we've used the tax stabilization reserve to balance the proposed budget, which is, frankly, spending authority, we have not had to use the reserve to meet actual spending. Item number C, share within the last 6 years any deficit spending. In the last 6 years, we have not had any deficit spending. We've had as high, in 2023, we've had as high as $24.6 million in surplus. In 2025, we had a $7.8 million surplus. Question number 2D. What are the best GFOA practices for the Tax Stabilization Reserve? The Government Finance Officers Association recommends policy guidelines for reserves, but does not prescribe specific percentages for a reserve. Instead, it cautions to have reserves available for 2 to 3 months of operating cost requirements as a floor. So for the general fund, this equals between 33.6 and 50.4 million. For the water sewer fund, it equals between 15.9 to 23.8 million. depending on if it's a 2 or 3 month availability. Further, it recommends sufficient funds to meet policy demands and cash liquidity issues and to meet fluctuating revenues, both short-term, meaning revenue collection interruptions, or long-term, extended recessions, etc. Question 2E, the Economic Development Fund balance changing from 1.8 million to 11.6 million in 2025. If it's inclusive of the $10 million Brace Bridge project, yes, it includes $10 million for the bridge project, which came directly from the general fund balance. The $5 million reference in this question was for the $10 million Insight project, which we understand will be returning $5 million to the city. Question 2F, specify the amount of funds set aside for the Water Sewer Operations Maintenance Reserve and share if it's 17% of the mandate. Yes, the 2025 O&M reserve is $16,182,376, and it's based on the FY26, which is the following year, Water Sewer Fund operating budget of $95,190,449. Question 2G relates to the amount of funds in the Water Rate Stabilization Fund and if it is sufficient for easing the burdens for the water sewer rate increases. We've given a chart outlining all of the budget reserves, tax stabilization reserve, O&M reserve, and the rate stabilization reserve. But the rate stabilization reserve at the end of FY25 stood at $9.8 million. However, there was only $18.2 million in cash and cash equivalents in the fund, sufficient to meet the O&M reserve of $16.2. The majority of the rate stabilization reserve is based on accounts receivable, which are not liquid. Balancing the budget on non-liquid assets is not advised. In addition, it's estimated that the rate stabilization reserve will be depleted most likely in FY 2026. It's critically important that a rate increase be approved to support sufficient reserves.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go to question number 3, and thank you for facilitating all that.
Sure.
All right. So can you please share how this budget addresses helping the community for items such as water utility assistance program, payment arrangements, senior property tax assistance program, low income, long-term homeowner property tax abatements, and any other areas? Thank you.
Many of these programs are consistent from last year. We have a utility payment assistance program and provides up to $1,500 to customers in helping meet water bill payments. Up to $350,000 is authorized for each year for this program and is included in this budget. The Department of Finance provides payment arrangements for customers in need of paying down past due bills. We offer generous terms, including up to 4 years to pay and waiving a percentage of penalties and interest based on promise to pay and length of time to pay. Property tax exemption programs for seniors, persons with disabilities, and tax abatements for long-term owners of properties meeting certain income thresholds are also included as part of this program. And then a reduction of 31% in water facilities charges for seniors enrolled in the property tax exemption program. This means that the water facilities charge would drop from $27.29 down to $18.76 for a typical household with a 5.5 inch or 5/8 inch pipe. So many of those programs are still included as part of the program. In fact, we've incorporated the one with regard to long-term owners that was passed last year.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we're going to move right on to question number 4. The city has invested $2.9 million in the new ERP system. Can you please share if this system is yet operational and the projected time frame for completion?
In answer to that question, no, the ERP system is not yet operational. Funds were allocated in the FY26 budget for the beginnings of the ERP program. We're using those funds for a process of evaluating the new systems. We anticipate development beginning in FY2027. We are currently evaluating contractors, and we should have those decisions sometime in June. So beginning in July 2027, we'll begin to start the development of the system.
Okay. Can you
Would you
answer
like me to go through the
A,
parts?
B, and C? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question 4A, for the new Encuesta Utility Information System, Sheriff, the issues that had surrounded the system have been resolved. Yes, for the most part, Encuesta has been operating to specification. Bills are being sent out monthly. We are still verifying addresses by comparing the addresses to the Newcastle County system. We want to make sure that both the monthly billing for the utility and the property tax billings will be accurate and sent to the right locations. This is critical to ensuring that we have the proper property tax valuations established for the next property tax billing, which will begin in July of 2026. We're also linking properties together. Many of our customers have multiple properties that they can now see all in one view with the new system, and we can compare those properties when a customer calls in. We're also addressing individual customer requests for utility bills as they appear. In several of those cases, several of the addresses have to be reconciled. Customers move. Many times when customers move or sell a house, there's a delay in the Newcastle County property tax system by 2 or 3 months. We have, of course, have to make sure that the bills go out contemporaneous with the sale. So we continue to go back and forth with the county to make sure the addressing is correct. Question 4B, discuss the $322,000 budgeted regarding the UBCIS. This amount is dedicated to the annual cost of maintenance and development of the Encuesta system. We will also have a maintenance contract with the Encuesta system, which is actually question 4C. This will be the contract and maintenance cost to keep the system up. So we had $322,000 budgeted for maintenance and development on an ongoing basis for the next 5 years. We did expend $300,000 last year, which was unbudgeted because of changes that we made to the Encuesta system to improve things like the account services, some of the L&I, some of the property tax information that had to be included. As we developed the system, we knew that it would have much more functionality. We did not estimate that in the FY26 budget. We used operating cash or operating budget to fill the hole for underestimating that budget. So.
Okay. So that was for C,
Okay,
correct?
that was question 4.
For C, right? You just answered. Okay. Can you discuss any current vacant positions, A through E?
Sure. We have, actually, we had just one late addition, but we had a billing consultant, a delinquent accounts agent, and a billing analyst that had been, these had been vacant. We had employees retire, and we needed to make sure that they were filled because we were using overtime, temps, and also relative to a lot of the questions that were posed during the first round, they're just trying to answer calls, making sure that we're keeping up with customer demand. We just had a promotion in our first floor customer service area. A gentleman's going to go from being a customer service representative to into our account services collection area. So we have to now backfill yet another customer service rep before the end of the fiscal year. And we've discussed the impact, the operational impact.
Okay.
Question 6?
Justify the need for the position, I think 5E.
Well, the justifications for the position is that we need to make sure, okay, the billing consultants and the billing analysts are critical to make sure that the bills are getting out to the customers, right? Mm-hmm. They also answer questions when a customer calls in and needs, say, an adjustment to a bill because the bill is incorrect. They field those calls. The delinquent account agent is in our account services division. Our account services division is the division that not only does collections, but also all of our payment agreements. So the delinquent account agent will work with customers on making sure that they have payment agreements in place, will answer customer questions, and will work with customers on reducing the amount owed, handling the calculations on reduction and waiving a penalty and interest, and to set up the payment plan.
Okay. Question number 6, pretty much just sort of is still talking about positions regarding any changes to positions, whether they're new, deleted, upgraded, downgraded, title change, or salary changes. Can you specify if there are any revenue generating positions?
Well, these in particular are going to be for property tax support. As you know, property tax and also in our settlement area, those are two critical areas to make sure that the property tax record and the customer account remains accurate. Mm-hmm. We wanted to upgrade the billing clerk to give that person more opportunity to assist in the settlement area and in the property tax area with handling customer with the queue that comes into the customer into the billing area to help customers with their property tax questions. And we noticed this year because tax appeals again, we got greater number of tax appeals because of reassessment, and we felt that we needed to take an administrative position. Instead of pushing paper, we needed to have somebody there who was going to actually answer a lot of questions for customers when they call in.
That's great. That's great. Okay, we're going to move into question number 7. Can you please share if the $1.235 million budgeted in professional services for temp agencies and consultants, the $615,000 for the general fund, $620,000 for the water sewer fund, if it provides the necessary funding and resources to address the needs of your department, and if so, please explain why or why not, and you can go through A through D, please.
Sure. There are several parts to this, and I'll try to answer them as I'm going through them. The first two, integrity staffing and Robert Half, these are really to help with our temporary support for our 5 operating positions or divisions. or 6 operating divisions. What will happen is, for instance, integrity staffing will give us temporary individuals to handle customer service on the first floor, and some limited engagements such as in wage tax or in the admin program. We're looking at procurement. We have some people that are out on long-term leave. They backfill for those full-time positions. The Robert Half is really for accounting services. These are specialized individuals that come in and can help with the close of the financial books. They usually are hired between the months of April and June. They may go into July and August depending on how lengthy the close is. The consultants are really our bevy of legal services and other areas that we use. For instance, we've got a number of technology consultants that are helping us with the Enquesta system. They're also helping us with the wage tax, and we are in the middle of building a business license, wage tax, and head tax online system, which is now done completely by paper. So we have a number of consultants that are helping us with those particular projects. The other is, just one second, are these also legal services? Okay. Just the technology. These are just the technology. I'll get into the legal services later.
Okay.
Okay. Question number 8.
Did you do letter D?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, forgive me.
That's okay.
Currently, these vendors are not disadvantaged business enterprise consultants. They are on recurring one-year agreements. And the integrity staffing is, for the most part, if you're going to say it's revenue generating, they assist mainly with the customer service area on the first floor. So they assist with the collection of revenue, but they're not in and of itself revenue generating. Account services, if we bring temps into account services, they in fact are revenue generating because they go out and they help with the collections process. Any temps that we have up in the wage tax area, that's also a revenue generating position. With regard to consultants, the technology consultants are not revenue generating, but they keep the systems running and in place. We are hoping that the online business license, wage tax, and head tax system are going to help produce more revenue, because one of the priorities we have for FY2027 is to make sure that we have those individuals that have moved into the city as a result of the apartments and residences that are being built are in fact paying their wage tax that we're withholding. So this particular system is going to help with identifying that. As a matter of fact, we've gotten into an agreement with the state of Delaware to look at their income tax information so that we can compare our wage tax information to ensure that we're capturing every taxpayer that lives in the city, that they're sufficiently providing their withholding.
Okay. Did you answer all the letters? Okay.
Okay.
All right, great. So we're going to move right into question number 8. Considering the liabilities that the city has on the books, can you please share the return on investment for the $965,000 budgeted in the general fund and the $620,000 in the water sewer fund for collection expenses, which is up $75,000, and you can answer letters A through E. 8 through A through E.
We utilize outside services, primarily 2 firms, two law firms to help us with our sheriff sales. Likewise, we have consultants that are helping us with our utility billing. But the department's primary and legally enforceable collection techniques are, in fact, sheriff sales and water disconnections. Now, the department has recently added an automated collection notification system to our Enquesta customer information system. This way, we normalize the communication to property owners. We make sure that it's consistent, reliable, and we're providing the right information in a consistent way. This has yielded a significant increase to our collection efforts just by virtue of sending out a notice, right, on a regular basis. We have collected over, just in the last 2 months, 3 months, we've collected an additional $350,000 just by sending out a collection notice on a regular basis. As you recall, previous collection notices were kind of intermittent. Now we've normalized that process. It doesn't mean that we've taken them to the sheriff's sale. It doesn't mean that we've given it, we're going to disconnect. It means that we put you on notice that you do owe money to the city. So we've normalized that process.
Is that this 30 or 60-day notice that we were talking about earlier?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and, well, that's definitely a added value step that, we're taking now.
Right. And this is money that we're due anyway.
Right.
And it's just being able to inform and reach out to the customer so that they can get their accounts back to normal.
Great.
Now, the water disconnection requests are included in the Enquesta system. We haven't reached a point, we wouldn't really start talking about water disconnection until maybe 180 days after. In fact, I think the legislation had previously said, through agreement with the admin board, that we really would not start looking at that until 180 days after a bill is due. But to be perfectly frank, water disconnections are really top down. We're putting more of those customers with much higher balances into the queue for water disconnection. So, while the notifications are going out, we are monitoring exactly who we're sending them out to and making sure that it's the appropriate amount owed before we start looking at people that owe less money. We're looking at the real high owers. We're also retargeting our collection systems to commercial accounts. That's important because much of the consultant money, the legal money, goes to those commercial accounts. When we have a much more complicated commercial account, legal services are often very important. All utility and property tax debt is considered collectible due to the placement of liens on property, which stay with the property until satisfied through sale or redemption. We do, and I mentioned this earlier, we designate about 10% as uncollectible each year for the debt that goes unpaid. Remember I talked about the allowance for doubtful accounts? Those debts get reduced on an accounting basis, not necessarily on a collection basis, but on an accounting basis. And it's built into the budget. The majority of debts are satisfied prior to disconnection or a sale. We get very good results with respect to the fact that we are about to take action as opposed to actually having them on sale. I would say that a good 60 to 70% of sheriff sales are satisfied prior to the actual sale, and we get over a 50% repayment just by making notification to the customers.
Well, that's great.
So communication is really, really important.
Yeah, makes a difference. So you had mentioned the 180 days. I'm sorry, I probably should have asked you back then. Can you repeat what that 180 days is for?
We had made an agreement I guess it was almost a year and a half ago, at the admin board, we were in discussions with city council members about deferring some legislation that would codify the prohibition on sheriff sales and water disconnections.
Right.
Which, in my opinion, would be very detrimental to the collection of revenue. Instead, what we did is we made an agreement, and we had made changes to our collection processes through the administrative board procedure, which is a regulatory procedure,
Right.
to push notifications out to 180 days, defer a lot of what we were doing in terms of collections, to take a less drastic approach.
Right.
We are building those into the Encuesta system. While notifications are going out after 90 days, actually, frankly, they go out 30, 60, 90, right? Those water disconnections are probably not going to take place until after 180 days per those administrative board rules.
Right. That's 6 months.
We also have a new set of, we're going to be presenting a new round of administrative rules to the administrative board. We call them rules of engagement. These are, as we work through the Encuesta system, we modify those rules, and this is an opportunity for city council members to weigh in on the administrative rules before having to make any codification through ordinance.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So more to
thanks.
come on that.
All right, thank you. Well, that's good information. That was a good reminder because it's good for council members to be able to share with the community how we are trying to be more supportive and making sure people don't lose their homes, but keep their homes by sending communications out earlier. Thank you.
In response to question 8, item B, I believe it's item B, right? Item B, if you go to 28, right? We have added money in for collection expense for legal, for sheriff's sale, collection expense for wage and head tax audits, collection of credit card fees, and expense for court costs. The legal and sheriff sales really are primary legal. We use a legal firm to help us with the posting of the sheriff sales. There is a difference between a monition and an actual Vendex for a sheriff sale. When we file a monition, we notify the court that we intend. We file a monition. We notify the customer that we intend to take a property to sheriff sale, but it doesn't get officially posted until we file what they call a Vendex with the court. Our legal services do that. The wage and head tax audit, our legal services also send out notification letters to employers about if we feel that the employers are not sufficiently providing wage tax withholding. That way we put the employers on notice that they have to make sure that they are taking out sufficient withholding for any employee or any resident, any employee that's working in Wilmington or any resident that's working that lives in Wilmington and is working for another a firm, even if they're working outside to a company that's outside the city of Wilmington. We also absorb the credit card expense for the posting of payments online. We absorb that. Normally what would happen is, in a lot of cases, governments, they pass that cost on to their customer. So you would pay your bill plus the $7.37.5. We eat that cost for any of those, for the credit card fees. And then, of course, there's the court cost. Every time we have a sheriff sale, there's a $400, I believe it's $400, a $400 filing fee, plus the court costs involved. We pay all those court costs. The DBE, there are no DBEs at this time with our particular consultants, but we use Avenue Insights, which is a national firm. They help with our wage tax collections. Manning, Gross, and Massenburg, they help us with our more complicated collections for everything from stormwater collections to property tax fees. For instance, if we're negotiating, say, with the state of Delaware or a school district or the Delaware Solid Waste Authority or a large operator, they help with that. Paymentus is our credit card collection and online payment processor. They're integral to making sure that people have the opportunity to pay online as opposed to paying by cash or check. And then Giordano and Gagne, they are the legal firm that does the sheriff sale and munitions process. We also have a CPA firm that we call on to assist us with some of the accounting. In the past, we've used Siegfried. In the past, we've used Belfint, Lyons, and Shuman. Those are costs that we absorb if there's any work over and above the accounting close that's necessary. I think I answered all of them. Oh, and all of these are reoccurring one-year contracts with the exception of Paymentus, which I believe is a 3-year contract.
Okay. All right. Question number 9. Can you please discuss the $1.1 million budgeted in miscellaneous NOC account across both general fund and water sewer fund, which is up $300,000 over the prior year's budget?
The miscellaneous NOC stands for not otherwise charged. Part of this is attributable to the 311 call center. Is that correct? Yes. As it's one thing I just want to kind of clarify is that before 2026, costs for the 311 call center were 100% water sewer funded. However, if you look at the statistics, a lot of calls come in from parking, property tax, L&I, Public Works. As noted in the mayor's office budget hearing, the total for the 311 call center should be split funded. And it's split funded $200,000 and $250,000 allocation split between the general fund and water fund, respectively. So the majority of calls coming in the 311 are maybe utility related, given the monthly bills that are issued. However, the overall is much more heavily weighted towards the general fund, if you really looked at the statistics. So we're taking some of the expense that has been questioned in the past about whether we're loading up the water sewer fund. We're actually trying to prorate those funds over evenly to both the general fund and water sewer fund to make sure that they're appropriately handled. I also provide statistics with regard to the calls received into our 311 center. As you can see, the utility billing makes up 11,000 of our 28,000 calls received for just finance. However, as you can see, property tax, some of the customer service, parking enforcement, collection accounts, and linking accounts, are beginning to take up more space in terms of the general fund. What I did not include is the Public Works, which is in another portion of the budget.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're moving into question number 9. Can you please discuss the 1.1 million budgeted in
I'm sorry, that was.
that was, we're on 10 now. Okay, can you please share how the city administers the budgeted funding allocations for commissions totaling 3.1 million, up 247,000 over the prior year's budget? And you can answer A through E. E.
Sure.
For 10, thank you.
The overall, the department contracts with third-party firms to assist in the collection of delinquent revenues. Okay? There's a direct relationship between the investment in these contracts and the amount of revenue recovered. So please keep in mind that the cost of service must be budgeted. Here's where it gets kind of tricky. The cost of service, the contract has to be budgeted in the department's budget independent of the revenue that's recovered. In other words, the cost of service is not netted out of the revenue. So while you see the cost in our budget, the concomitant or the corresponding revenue that's collected is counted in the revenue budget, not netted out of our budget.
Okay.
So what happens is kind of tricky. What you have to do is you have to kind of estimate how much you're going to collect in a given year to make sure you have sufficient money in your budget, right? And then go after those collections. And hopefully, and knock on wood, we've been very lucky that we have always succeeded collecting revenue in excess of what we have budgeted in our, what we have expended in our budget. So we offer a table below to discuss these relationships. For instance, we have increased our parking citation commissions and red light commissions. We anticipate that we're going to have greater parking revenue and greater red light revenue as we move forward with the installations of the new generation of cameras. And as we've noted, we are adding a license plate reading technology to our cars to go out and try to capture those license plates and those customers that owe excess parking tickets. So those are being added to, we're going to watch our commissions as they come in also increase because we're going to be issuing more tickets and we're going to have more booting of vehicles. Okay. The parking citations, Passport is our vendor. They get paid on a processing basis. So the more tickets they process, the more income or commission they make. Okay. Parking citations, we have the same agreement with the we have a memorandum of understanding with the state of Delaware to put registration holds on red light camera tickets for people owing red light camera tickets. As that continues to increase, we will have to pay a commission. I believe it's 9% of the total of a ticket on a red light goes to pay DMV. Okay? Mm-hmm. We also have parking citations. This is Paylock. Paylock and IPT provide the booting services. So as the amount of the contract, the $90,000, we get a return on investment on booting services as a result. And of course, red light tickets, we've talked at length at this. Modaxo is the parent company. Elevate is the subsidiary that actually does the work. These were formerly Conduit. We pay them $1.9 million in the commissions that on the tickets that they process. They get paid two ways. One is we pay them for the leasing of the red light camera at the intersection. That is a monthly set fee. And then they get paid on the amount of tickets that they process through their service. They handle all of the billing, collection, distribution of the revenue back to us, and all of the customer services calls after they get a call into 311. Customers can also call directly into the Elevate number.
Okay, we're winding down to the last 3 to 4 questions. So we're on question number 11, and can you please share the amount of funding allocated for training and professional growth and development for your staff, and if this is adequate funding to address the training needs for your team?
Sure. The department intends to broaden its training on Enquesta in 2027. I also want to emphasize that part of this training will also be to train our 311 call center agents on how to better answer questions or have a more complete answer to the question, as opposed to making so many transfers back into the calls, back into the first floor customer service center. We also want to have more customer service training at the customer service center, as well as 311 call center. So most of this will be going towards dovetailing into the Enquesta training, will also be a broader customer service engagement. And it's adequate for the cost of the training.
Okay. All right, number 12. Can you please share the determinant that was utilized by Black and VTech that led to $266,000 increase in indirect costs to the water sewer fund?
We've talked at length during these hearings tonight about the indirect cost setting. We think that this is best discussed during the city council hearing when we talk about water sewer fund, when we do the rate setting and the budget. The Department of Finance has reviewed the indirect cost allocation study. We have had input into how those indirect costs were determined, and we think that the indirect cost study is reliable and adequate.
Okay. All right, we're going to move right on into question number 13. Does this budget provide the necessary resources to address any new GASB pronouncements and findings as a result of the FY2025 audit of financial statements?
Yes. Most of these are government accounting standard board pronouncements, are geared to accounting and internal controls. Now, some of them have requirements that have increased the cost of external audit activity, as Mr. Ferneris stated earlier this evening. A number of those pronouncements are new, and we're going to have to accommodate them. But overall, finance can absorb these costs as needed.
Okay. All right, so we're coming down to the last question regarding all departments. So 14, can you please provide your FY 2027 proposed organizational chart with the total number of employees regarding permanent, temporary contractors, vacancies? If there are multiple divisions, please ensure there are sub-org charts that include all the above, and please include the organization chart with the photos of your directors, managers, division heads, and supervisors. And that wraps up question number 14.
On the screen is our organizational chart. We have, I'm going to get this number wrong, 84 employees. We employ off and on maybe 5 to 6 temps, and they circulate depending on the time of engagement. The next slide. These are all the activities that the Department of Finance provides with these 84 employees. And if I could just if you indulge me just for a second, I just want to say thank you to the men and women of the Department of Finance, the employees of the Department of Finance, for the outstanding job. It is a constant stream of activity, day in and day out. And it's only through their dedication that the work gets done.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. A lot of information and important information. So thank you for that. And at this time, I'm going to ask if there are any questions from the council members. Wake up, wake up. Vice Chair Bracy and then Council Member Willard.
Thank you. Just one quick question in regards to Modexto and the red light cameras. As we had a lot of discussion earlier about the failed cameras, in our contract, is there a provision for them to like give us a credit or something for the amount of cameras that are not working, that we're losing revenue on these cameras that don't work? Are we still paying for these cameras? Or is there like some provision, to rectify that since it's a failure on their part, not ours?
I'd like to break it into two phases. Previous to the current contract that we're negotiating, they were not. However, when we identified the problem a year and a half ago, we requested credits to be given to us for those intersections that were down. And they have complied with that. They've given us credits. What they have not, what we have not recovered is the revenue. And that is a much more difficult legal case to argue in court. Moving forward, the contract that we're negotiating right at the moment does have what we call service level agreements, that they have to have a percentage of uptime, right? Or there's going to be daily and monthly penalties for having down cameras. So all of that's going to be built into the new contract. And our law department has been all over this contract. So.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councilmember Willard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this concern about, the relationship between the water sewer fund, what it's paying for, and the general fund and what it's paying for, it's been something that I know I've been concerned about for a while. And we've had conversations about this. And this budget just brings it up again, because looking at the finance department, the water sewer fund has about $100 million in revenue. And then the general fund has about $200 in revenue. So if you add them together, the water sewer fund's about 1/3 of the total, and then the general fund is 2/3 of the total. But then when I look at who's paying for what with the finance department, and the water sewer fund is supposed to pay for delivering water and sewer services. So the finance department gets paid directly out of the water sewer fund to do the billing and, procurement and other activities for the water sewer fund, but primarily billing. So there's these about 50 shared staff members who do both general fund activities and water sewer fund activities. But every year, it just seems like the water sewer fund is paying for a bigger portion of those 50 people, the finance department, those 50 people plus the other costs of the finance department. And I just see it just keeping going. Like the water sewer fund is carrying more and more of the finance department. So this year, even though the water sewer fund is just 1/3 of the total city, total city budget, it's paying, it looks like 46% of the finance department budget. So it's like paying about half of the finance department, but it's only 1/3 of the, the total city budget. And because these people are shared, like they're not, these people work for the water sewer fund, these people work for the general fund, it just seems like they're getting, their cost is getting shifted onto the water sewer fund, and I just wonder, does that make sense? Is that fair? And because we're asking the customers to pay more. We're talking about a 9.9, I think, % increase for water sewer customers to pay for expenses. And if some of those expenses are really general fund expenses, I think that we should be super careful about that and not ask people to pay for general city costs through the water bill. So my question is, are all those costs in the finance department really water sewer costs, or are they general fund costs, especially since, you know, the user fees, like the revenue from the water sewer fund is partly user fees, partly Newcastle County. It's a big bill from Newcastle County. It's like one $20 million bill. It's easy to send out, pretty easy to collect. So really, you're doing your billing for those users, those people who are paying water sewer bills, which comes into about 82 million. So if you take like the finance department charge of 10 million to collect 80 million, you know, that's like 15 cents out of every dollar you're paying for billing. So I guess my question is are we shifting some of the money, some of the costs of the finance department, should they really be general fund costs, not water sewer costs?
Okay, I'll address it this way.
Please.
I'm going to reserve most of the comments to the water sewer fund hearing with respect to the indirect costs. I've reviewed the indirect cost allocation. The direct costs are not included in the indirect cost allocation, but they have been surveyed by Black & Veatch to make the distinction between direct costs and indirect costs. So I think, in my opinion, based on what I've seen with Black & Veatch, the costs are allocated adequately.
Madam Chair.
With regard, if you take revenue and use it as the proxy for whether or not the finance department's expenditures are appropriately placed, you really can't use revenue as that basis, because the volume of activity happens in the water sewer fund. Property tax, we bill once a year, and then we have follow-up every quarter for delinquent tax bills. For the wage tax, head tax, we have 7,000 employers providing withholding for 100,000 taxpayers. So the majority of that comes in on a monthly and quarterly basis, but it is nowhere near the volume that you get from the water sewer fund, in which we are billing monthly every single customer, 38,000 customers, and we have to collect that revenue and account for that revenue for 38,000 customers every month. We also have to answer all of the questions with respect to their customers when they call into customer service, and we have to account for that. Most of our collections are water sewer collections. Most of our payment agreements are water sewer payment agreements. So you have to look at the volume. This is why at the beginning of my presentation I showed you a chart which shows you the activity. Most of the activity occurs in the water sewer fund. So you have to dedicate people to do that. We heard it here today. Councilmember Oliver brought up the fact that we have to answer calls from constituents about their water disconnection. If they're calling in, someone's got to be there to answer the call. So just on the nature of revenue, you can't make the assumption that we are somehow supporting the general fund through the water sewer fund. It's all based on, we have allocated our staff and prorated their cost based on what we feel is attributable to the water sewer fund as a direct cost. With respect to indirect cost, none of the direct costs are included in the indirect cost calculation for finance. Finances, indirect costs are our share of procurement, law, auditor's office, treasurer's office, mayor's office, public works, anything that is outside of our purview that gets reallocated as a support cost to operate the water sewer fund. In short, I do not believe that we are subsidizing any of the general fund with water sewer funds. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
If I can just add one more thing.
Sure.
When you talk about the allocation of our staff, 48% have some portion of the water fund. 12 of those are 100% water funded. So that adds up to like a 57% that has some impact on our water fund. So when you think of it that way, we're not dumping stuff into our water fund necessarily, you know, with respect to what your question was. So 57% of our staff is water fund associated.
Black & Veatch has provided a pretty extensive indirect cost study. There are calculations behind that. When they present, we can certainly go through those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Willard, are you good? for
Yes,
now?
thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Sure. Okay, any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Hackett?
Sorry about that. Just had a quick question, and maybe this is some statement stuff. So it looks like for the Brace Bridge, we did 10 million, and then for Insight, we did another 10 million, but we're getting 5 back. Does that 5 go back to economic development, or does that go anywhere, like the allocation of that? Have y'all determined?
Depends on the source. So the bridge project was 100% funded through transfer from the tax stabilization reserve. The 10 million from Insight was cobbled together from a few different sources. Those included state bond bill, capital from the economic development capital projects, and $1.5 million from UDAG, which is a component unit of the city, and a small amount, I believe, of state ARPA money. So it was kind of cobbled together from a few different sources, mostly from state funds, either the state bond bill or the state ARPA money. Now, that being said, I think that when it comes back, we kind of have to attribute it back to the same type of sources, right? So, and capital funds and ARPA funds, you kind of just want to keep spent because of the kind of the regulations that go behind them and the tax implications for the capital fund and other things like that. So it would make the most sense to attribute it back to UDAG, which is a separate organization from the city, and the state bond bill funding, which is the most fungible. So it could be more easily reallocated to other uses.
Thank you so much for the answer. I only asked it if it does come back to us. You know, our mayor's looking at a somewhat $20 million from our tax, stabilization fund, and if we're getting returned $5 million, which was going towards building, does that look like there's a possibility of swinging some of that funding?
Yeah, we can certainly discuss.
Okay. And I'll also ask today, we are also, in a crisis with our property taxes. So I just look at this as this possibly could be a blessing in disguise, and is there a timeline on when the $5 million is returned?
As I understand it, within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. I just would love to have a conversation. Well, can our leadership have a conversation with the administration?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Owens?
Yes, I actually have a follow-up question from Councilman Hackett. one, if the $5 million goes back to the state bond bill, that can be allocated to any other capital project that the city wanted to work on, correct?
Yes, we'll have to confirm, but yes. I mean, it's essentially, it'll go back into fund balance.
Okay. And I know at least I had submitted a budget bond request to allocate funding for permanent supportive housing, which, again, I understand the budget restraints we're in. This could be something that we could potentially use that for to address our homeless situation, correct?
We can certainly discuss it.
Thank you. My follow-up question, Madam Chair, going back to just the fund and talking about the tax stabilization reserve. It looks like, based off this chart that is in front of me, that it was growing at a pretty slow rate until COVID time. That's when you saw it jump from FY22 from 49 to 73.8 million, which was what, $24 million, and then another 13 million increase in FY 2024, but a 13.2 million decrease in FY 25, and then we're pulling this 20 million out this year. Can I just ask, how long, if we pull this 20 million out this year, right? How long will it take us to get back up to that like $73 million if we won't have the like ARPA dollars now that we can use for other projects?
To clarify, it will be at 75 million.
It will be there?
Yes.
Okay, so how long will it take us to get back to the strength that it's at now?
It depends on economic conditions.
Okay.
It depends on the strength of revenues, honestly. I mean, yes, during COVID, we did get some help through both the CARES Act and the ARPA money, as we did revenue replacement. But it just depends. It depends on, what spending looks like throughout the year, how many vacancies we have, sort of thing. So it's hard to predict based on that because it is largely based on economic activity and vacancies throughout the year.
Okay, Councilmember Willard.
I mean, I just have to make a follow-up based on that, looking at, the growth of the tax stabilization reserve and how much it grew as a result of the CARES Act and ARPA. Like, those funds came in to help people deal with the destabilizing impact of the pandemic. Like, they were basically to come in to help people. And I just think that we have to make sure there's a really tight relationship between, like, the use of those dollars and, like, the residents in the city who are struggling. It can't just be any project. It has to be things that are really going to help people.
Thank you.
That is the intention.
Thank you. Councilmember Hackett.
Yeah, I do, Director Taylor. We've had multiple conversations around the utility program. And I just want to know, to date, do you know where the balance is that you have left over?
Oh, I do. Actually, I have it right here.
Stephanie's got it.
And I only ask because, I guess just trying to figure out, we're looking at people, I think Councilwoman Oliver talked about the shutoffs today and where we're at with those. I also want to know, like, at what point do we look at, like, how do people get so far behind? Like, what does that number look like for our finance department to say, hey, listen, enough is enough? Or is this, I'm just trying to.
I'll let him think about that for a moment while I tell you the balance in the Utility Payment Assistance Program.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So far this year, $264,720 has been expended out of the $351,000 balance we had at the beginning of the year, which leaves us with a balance of $86,858.
That's pretty good. I mean that means we're helping. And does it look like you guys will be able to make it through the fiscal year, or, because I guess you guys are, it sounds like people are in need and they need help if you're spending $260,000.
I think we'll probably burn down the 86,000.
Okay.
I mean, it'll be depleted. you get another $350,000 at the start of July 1st.
Now, before you ask the second question, I do want to. I looked at the numbers that we have for our, our basically our account receivables in these programs, or trying to or delinquencies, trying to get money in return. And one thing you mentioned last budget was that you guys, when you were trying to get account receivables, you all had a great marketing campaign. And I just wonder around while we're in this, potential deficit, but we do have some account receivables that we can collect. Is there another urge to do great marketing with the new program that we invest in, but just to try to figure out how we can, collect on a faster pace when we know the money is sitting there?
Yeah. I believe during, we had a finance committee hearing sometime in January, and I said that we were going to start a campaign. We're working with Public Works. We want to have a campaign that goes out that effectively uses billboards, mailers, text messaging, email, and whatnot that help us here.
Yeah.
That it's just not the $350,000 equation. It's also having people call in and working with us on their payment plans and possibly reducing their penalties and interest. I call it a soft amnesty, right? That you call in, let's talk about your accounts, let's try to get you into a program where you can start paying this stuff, paying your items down. I think that in retrospect, I've been at this 8 years, and we've tried to have a very concerted effort. At one point when I came in, we had a combined, in the water sewer fund, I think it was closer to maybe $30 million in accounts receivable. We began to really knock that down to 19. I think in 2024 we had 19 million in accounts receivable. So we were making some real strides in knocking that down. I think people get behind, and they continue to get behind. I want to say that there was not a whole lot of enforcement activity either, and we've tried to come at it from a rather soft amnesty and a soft side. We recognize that people have struggles. I think one of the issues that happened this year was people got their property taxes and are having to make decisions about, do you pay your property taxes or do you pay your water bill? And then on top of it, do you pay your cable bill, right? They're making choices.
Delmarva.
I'm sorry, the Delmarva bill. Nobody has cable anymore, right?
Well, we need to talk about that too.
Right. You can talk about that. But the point is, the Delmarva bill. So people are making decisions, and we know that. We see that. We recognize that. From a fiduciary standpoint, though, we have to keep the water sewer fund and the general fund solvent. Collections is going to be has to be an integral part of that. And I know that it's tough to go out. I don't relish it as, being the kind of the tax guy. But you have to go out and you have to make sure you have a balance. You have to make sure you meet people where they are. Offer good utility assistance programs. Try to balance. The mayor decided not to have a property tax increase. Now would have probably been a good time to have a property tax increase if you're, I don't know. He decided not to because he knows the stress on residents. And I think that, we take those into account. So please understand that we tried to balance that. We try to have good collections, try to make sure that we keep a sustainable water utility and a sustainable general fund. The mayor's made a conscious decision to use some of that one-time money to put into programs. That's a policy objective, right? We're going to have the conversation, and Rob brought it up earlier in the revenue conversation. We're going to have a conversation about how to bring more sustainable revenue into the city. But for now, we were good citizens. We built up the fund balance to a point where we can make these good policy decisions. And now we've got a few headwinds that we're going to have some real honest conversations about.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer. And, you know, I totally understand, and I'm thankful for all the great work that everybody's done for us to build the fund balance to what it is today. But as a new council member, when things start going left, we're the first line of offense that they start to blame and say, hey, listen, what's going wrong here? With property taxes, with the electric bill, with the water, and so forth. We talked. I just wanted to know, do you also have a certain amount, because I think we talked again, a threshold on the amount of numbers that you write off in the finance department per year?
Sure, yeah. I'd be happy to share with how we do it, but let me give you kind of some estimation. We look at the general fund, property taxes, L&I fees and whatnot. All of that is lienable. It's all, the property owner is accountable for those dollars. From an accounting standpoint, we write down approximately 10% a year. For every year, they stay out of payment. So if you've got, and this holds true for water sewer fund, if somebody hasn't paid in 8 years, we've basically said that the chances of collecting is probably 20%, right? And we've written off the books, not off the debt. The owner still owes the 100%. Okay. But from our accounting standpoint, we've taken that 80% off the books. We need to do that in order to make sure that we don't overestimate what our fund balance is. We have to give a certain allowance for those doubtful accounts so that you're not budgeting expenditures at 100% of everything that's owed, because the reality is you're not going to get 100% of it back. So we gravitate about 10% down every year.
Thank you. I was asking.
One more follow-up.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Mainly, I was asking about some of possibly the good work that you do with some of the write-offs. Possibly there's a property or something that comes online. Maybe there's a getting ready for investment, and you guys cleared away to make sure that that investment can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oftentimes, if a project's coming online and they have a balance, frankly, the code says that if you are getting a grant or you're getting some kind of assistance from LED, the code says that you have to be current on all your property taxes and all your utilities. We know that that's not the reality. The reality is that many of these previously uneconomic properties probably have some debt. Right. We'll talk with those prospective developers or whatever about how to write down penalties and interest if they pay a portion of it over time. We've set up payment plans for people to do redevelopment, knowing that the redevelopment will end up, possibly bringing that back. Now, where it gets tricky is that the code doesn't allow the finance director to write down principal, meaning that if you've got a property tax of $10,000 that's owed, but you've got a $15,000 debt, $5,000 of it is penalties and interest, I can write down the penalties and interest. It gets to a different place where that's when you get into what we call a negotiated settlement. That requires us to come up with some terms in the settlement that require them to pay X amount back over time. And that's where we get into a negotiated settlement. So we've done deals like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make a comment? Please come and state your name and your district. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Miller. I live in the 7th District, and I am a homeowner, and I fell behind on my water bill for like the last year. I think I'm like $2,000 behind or something like that on my water bill. And thankfully, there was a moratorium on shutoffs for like, half the year, I think, in 2025. So one question I have about that is how much revenue, if we can talk about how much revenue was lost. I think that might have been covered before, but just hearing it again would be helpful. And then the other question I have is, if we know that there aren't a lot of people who are receiving the phone calls that people are bringing in, if like Councilmember Oliver pointed out that there are a lot of people who are calling and unable to get a hold of people when they have a 5-day shutoff, again, like, wouldn't it make sense again to kind of like slow down doing shutoffs for those vulnerable families, seniors, people who are having young children, things like that? That makes sense. I would hope that we could do that. So again, City Council, I hope you guys decide to actually pass that legislation. And then the other thing is also we're talking about like how much people fall behind. And we're talking about what bills we're paying. It's a little disconnected. I don't think people is worried about their Comcast bill as much as they're worried about their Delmarva bill. But we're saying this as if like people are falling behind and it's only residents that fall behind when we know that there is a lot of money owed by commercial properties. And so I just think it's interesting that we're having this conversation about who falls behind, how they fall behind, what things they're experiencing, when we literally heard from you, Brett Taylor, that if a small business falls behind, you're more likely to shut them off. If a resident falls behind, you're more likely to shut them off. If a big company falls behind, like Chase, JP Morgan Chase, or BPG's, one of their properties, we're not going to shut them off because it's an economic problem. The fact that like council is sitting here and they have not yet passed the bill that would stop people from getting their water shut off, knowing that the policy is that corporations get protected from water shutoffs already, that is wild. So like, I'm looking at y'all to support the ordinance that would stop water shutoffs for the families that are out there that have young children, for the seniors, for the elderly, for the disabled, all that. Because it's crazy that he like sat in front of y'all twice now.
25 seconds.
Twice now he done sat in front of y'all saying that he literally does not do shutoffs for corporation. Like, big corporations don't get shut off. So y'all wilding for that. Like, y'all need to pass this legislation. You could do that tonight. Like, I'm just saying, go do that. Like, go stop water shutoffs for people who need them the most. Like, Xanthia just sat here and said that people are getting no phone calls in after they get a 96-hour shutoff notice. And then people are saying they don't actually know how to read their bills. They don't know what kind of notices they're receiving. You think somebody don't know if their water's getting shut off? They're getting a mistake because of your new system? Wildin'. Like, pass the bill. Like, just pass the bill.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to thank Director Taylor, Deputy Director McLaughlin, and Mr. Hayford, OMB Fiscal and Operational Analyst, for presenting this evening. And if there's any follow-up information, we're asking that you please provide it to Ms. Basilite. I would also like to thank Mr. Greco, OMB, and his team, department heads, our WITN staff, our council staff, Ms. Ajay English, and members of the public. The next budget hearings are scheduled for Wednesday, April the 8th at 4:30. We will be having the Audit Department, the Public Works Department, as it relates to the General Fund and Motor Vehicle Fund. And we're also encouraging everyone to please tune in to WITN Channel 22 to watch the meeting. And you can also watch online at www.witn22.org. Also, budget information is available at www.wilmdebudget.org, which is wilmdbudget.org. At this time, I would like to accept a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.